Good evening and welcome. This is the August 27th, 2025 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses, including plan developments, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo. Commissioner Berlin.
Here.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Mabadi.
Here.
Commissioner Mangum.
Here.
Commissioner Mirinchev. Commissioner Puctel.
Here.
And Chair Lindwall.
Here. With 6 members present, we have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff are Neighborhood and Land Use Planner Megan Jones, Senior Planner Sam Hubbard, Development Services Supervisor Jeremiah Bibo, Planning Manager Liz Williams, Community Development Director Sarah Flax, and Assistant City Attorney Brian George. This is a formal hearing, and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time so that all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. Our procedure is to hear from staff on the documents on file and then receive testimony and other evidence from the applicant or appellant. Applicants are asked to limit their presentation to 20 minutes, although we are somewhat flexible on time, and there is no reason to take any longer than necessary. Following the applicant's presentation, commissioners may ask questions about the proposal and the standards for approval. The applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to commissioner questions. After that, persons wishing to make a statement regarding the matter will have a chance to do so. Any person with a legal interest in property located within defined notification requirements of the subject property may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. The applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to questions. When all supporting and opposing testimony and statements have been heard, the applicant or appellant will be given the opportunity for a rebuttal or a closing statement. Then the commission will close the record and begin deliberations to consider the standards. The commission will make formal findings of fact based on the testimony and evidence presented, guided by the standards, the commissioner's knowledge of our community, and recommendations of staff. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to the proposal as it relates to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance and corresponding staff memorandum. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the provided public comment sheet. If you have materials that you wish to present to commissioners, please provide them to staff for distribution. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you're at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you can be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Any matter not concluded at tonight's hearing will be continued to our next regularly scheduled meeting. There are 3 items on our agenda tonight. We have 605 Davis. I believe the applicant is here for that one. And then 2102 Grant Street, applicant is here. And the special use for 1815 Howard Street. All right, thank you. If you plan on speaking on a matter before the commission tonight, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Okay. And we have Commissioner Magnum has just joined us, so welcome. And then this is a little bit different than our usual procedure in that we're trying out remote participation in Zoom this evening. So in order, basically for that to happen, we have to have a quorum present in the room, which we do. And then we need a motion to allow remote participation.
I would like to move that we modify the rules this evening in order to allow virtual commissioner participation.
I second the motion.
Okay. Do we need roll call or just a voice vote? Roll call. Okay.
Commissioner Berlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris-Furry,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Mabadi.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
Have to.
I don't think you get to
Sorry.
vote.
It's going through.
I didn't think so either, but
Okay.
Commissioner Mangum,
Yes.
Commissioner Pucktall,
Yes.
and Chair Lindwall.
Yes. All right. Now you may speak. Thank you. The other thing I would like to do, since I know the bulk of this meeting is going to be for 605 Davis, we have two other cases under new business that I'd like to suggest we take first. I think they're both relatively straightforward cases, and then we can really focus. And I wouldn't want to have people wait through the entire meeting. So, may I have a motion?
Yeah, I move that we modify the agenda for this evening to address new business first and then old business.
I second the motion.
Okay, I guess a roll call on this as well, or voice? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. With that, the first case before us is our major variations at 2102 Grant Street. Whose is this? You want? Well, sit for a minute. Not quite ready for you, but we will be. Okay. Whose case is this? And you'll read it into the record.
Thank you, Chair. Nate Rosalie is the applicant on behalf of the property owner, requests major variations from the zoning ordinance in order to construct a new first floor addition to an existing single-family home in the R1 residential district. The applicant is seeking a variation from section 6-8-2-8, which requires a minimum street side setback of 15 feet, and from section 6-8-2-7, which restricts maximum building lot coverage to 30%. The Land Use Commission is the determining body for this case in accordance with section 6-3-8 of the Evanston zoning ordinance.
Okay, now you can come up.
Is this good?
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, my name's Nate. I'm the contractor that's been working with them on the plans, along with the architect. I'm also a neighbor of theirs, so I live in the area. So I've got a couple notes here. I don't know if I should read those now or.
Yes.
Okay.
Just kind of walk us through the proposal.
Okay. So you want to start with like the building plans or the zoning pieces?
I think if you started with just describing the project, I mean,
Okay.
the zoning pieces are fairly clear.
Okay.
But why don't you describe a little bit about the project and what's being proposed?
Sure. So we're going to be, or the proposal would be to make like a four-season room off the rear of the house for plants and seating. It's going to be off the kitchen. So it's going to kind of follow the same roof line as the bay that's there now, and then basically just kind of get extruded out. So it's going to come out from the building so that they can, have a southern-facing exposure because they're avid gardeners and they don't have, good light. So that was kind of the inspiration for the project. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward as far as that goes. I don't know if anybody has any questions about that.
And then the zoning, I understand this is a small lot, so
Yeah.
And, the main house is built up pretty much to the sidewalk on the east side. So kind of
Correct.
walk us, now you can kind of describe a little bit about the challenges
Okay.
with meeting the zoning requirements.
Yeah, so the existing lot size is 4,956 square feet roughly, and the zoning ordinance standard lot size is 7,500 square feet. So it's about 2/3 the size of a standard lot, which would be, what the zoning was intending. So for a 7,500 square foot lot, 30% lot coverage would be 2,250 square feet. And we were requesting lot coverage of 2,100 square feet. And so it's the substandard lot size that makes the proposed addition not comply. And the existing house's side yard setback at one point where there's like a little bump out, it's about a foot away from the street side, like you mentioned. So again, if there was a standard lot size, it could, if that square footage was on the street side, making it more than 33 feet wide lot, which is what that lot is. It could also make that, the existing house as well as the addition comply. So it's, as far as those two items, it's the lot itself, which is kind of triggering all the variances that are needed. And let me see. So, and then the work that was done to create noncompliance was done by previous owners, not the current owners. And there's a document somewhere in there showing neighbor approval from, all the adjacent neighbors that would be able to see the project. I think that's about it. It's a small, it's a modest size addition, so it's not like a huge ask, I guess was a final point. So I don't know if you guys have any questions about any of that.
Commissioner, questions? Okay. What?
I have one question.
Commissioner Johnson?
So let's see, you're proposing to go from the current impervious surface coverage on the property at this point is how much?
It is, I don't know that I have that on here.
I have it on their plans.
It's
The
39%.
The impervious right now is at 58%, and they're proposing to keep it at 58%. We actually worked with them. Initially, they were going to be requesting a variation to that in addition to building lot coverage, but we worked with them to remove some of the existing pavers that are there currently so that they stay within the confines of what they have today. So they're not requesting a variation for the impervious area.
Okay, and so the building coverage right now is at 39%?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And so we're going to remove some of the pavers, and we're not going to increase the total impervious surface coverage.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremiah.
Okay, and then I don't know, do we have anyone in the Zoom, or were there any other questions from commissioners? Okay. Were there any speakers on Zoom who wanted to talk about this or testify on this project? I think. Seeing none, I don't think we have any. Okay, and then I think you get to say something more if you'd like, or you don't have to.
I guess I would just be restating what I already stated, so I don't know that I really need to do
Okay.
that.
All right, well, with that, I will close the record for public testimony, and you can sit down.
Okay.
And now, Commissioner deliberations. Thoughts about this project? Commissioner Magnum?
Hi. I think I may not be required to, but just in case, I'm going to recuse myself from this project because I do have friends that are good friends who are neighbors of this property. So I will not vote.
All right. Nothing else, I guess. Then, are you ready for me to go through the standards? All right. First one is the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. This is a pretty minimal requested variation, and at least from the Gray Avenue side, it's going to be behind a fence and not visible. The requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. The requested variations are consistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance, and with respect to allowing minor improvements of existing properties so that they maintain their livability. The alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. I believe that standard is met. This is a small lot, and again, it was platted many decades ago. So that is a result of the nonconforming status of the property. So that standard is met. The property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were to be carried out. The requested is a minimal relief to allow the construction of this improvement, and the applicant has worked with staff to ensure that the impervious surface requirements are minimized. And then 5, either the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively on a desire to extract additional income from the property, or while the granting of the variation will result in additional income to the applicant, and while the applicant for the variation may not have demonstrated that the application is not based exclusively on a desire to extract additional income from the property, the Land Use Commission or the City Council, depending on final jurisdiction, has found that the benefits to the surrounding neighborhood and the city as a whole will be derived from the approval of the variation that include but are not limited to the standards in 6-3-6-3 of this chapter. The purpose of the variation is not to extract additional income. It's clearly to provide for the new space for the current owner to use, so that standard is met. The alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. The hardship is not created by this property owner. It really is the result of the fact that this is, the lot is pretty small, and it really, doesn't allow for a great deal of additional square footage. And then finally, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among the feasible options identified before the Land Use Commission, and it issues its recommendation or decision concerning the requested relief. The variation requests are the least deviations, as noted. Certain of the pavers will be removed to minimize any adverse impacts, so that standard is met. Everyone good with those findings? Okay, at which point we need a motion on this case. Here.
Okay, I move in the case of 2102 Grant Street, 25 ZMJV-0031, that we grant the variation as described in the packet as this body. Thank you.
I second.
Okay, would you take the roll?
do I say yes or yes?
Either.
I approve this.
Commissioner Harris Ferry,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rabadi,
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum, you are recusing yourself.
Yes.
Commissioner Pectel
Yes.
and Chair Lindwall.
Yes. With
So that's 6.
6 voting in favor and none against, and 1 recusal, the variation is granted, and we're the final determining body for this case, so good luck with your project. Okay. Next up is 815 Howard Street. Who's going to do this one as well?
Right. Thank you, Chair. Royal Treatment Real Estate Holdings LLC, as the applicant, requests a special use for an animal hospital defined in Section 6-9-4-3 in order to operate a veterinary care center known as Royal Treatment Veterinary Center in the B3 Business District. No animals will board or stay overnight at the facility. The Land Use Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council in this case, which will be the determining body, and in accordance with 6-3-5 of the Evanston zoning ordinance.
Is the applicant present? All right, great.
Okay.
So your name and address, and tell us about your project.
Okay, my name is Dr. Barbara Royal. I live in Wilmette at 311 Central Avenue, actually 311 Central Avenue in Wilmette. Central Street's Evanston, Central Avenue's Wilmette. I grew up in Evanston, so it's always been confusing to me. I am a veterinarian. I've been in practice for, I don't really want to say, okay, 30
long time.
years. And I have an integrative veterinary center right now in Wilmette. I have one in the city. I'd like to sort of combine those two instead and be in Evanston. So that's the idea. My practice has been day only for a long time. I do acupuncture. We do conventional medicine as well, but we do a lot of other sort of rehab and nutrition counseling, things like that. So our right now where we are is a place where we don't have any need for overnight stays. We haven't done a lot of surgery. We do minor surgeries, things like that, but everybody has places to go afterwards. So that's sort of the idea. Everyone comes on appointment, and we have a little slideshow to show you, but that's sort of the overview. Is this my, so fancy. There's not a lot of pictures of animals, so that's disappointing, but there's one there. So that's me. I'm the owner also of a teaching college. So I teach in veterinary schools. I do a lot for the community, as well as I'm very involved in the communities where I have had my practices before as well. So I am the owner of the college that teaches. I am the founder of this particular entity, the Royal Treatment Veterinary Center. I am the past president of the American Holistic Veterinary Medical Association and the AHVMA's foundation. We do a lot of fundraising for different projects. I have been featured in documentaries. I actually Oprah's veterinarian. And I am, it says on there, and it's funny, the first person to perform acupuncture on a zebra, which is also true. I have had this woman owned by me, veterinary clinic for over 20 years, specifically in Chicago. I now have the location in Wilmette, and my other location right now is in Ravenswood. The clinic is a regular veterinary clinic, as well as rehabilitation, acupuncture, chiropractic, massage, herbal and nutritional consultation, holistic medicine, and chronic care for animals. And we have business hours from 9 to 5. That's the underwater treadmill, which is really cool to see. This is the building. It already was a medical facility, so I think it keeps in use for what was already happening there. Appointments were coming and going. The facility was what was it? It was a cosmetic surgery. Thank you. And there is a The special use for me is it's in a B3 zoning district, but I do need to do this application, even though it does say that we can have a hospital there. So I think that's, it's nice, we get to chat. So, and I am going to be buying the property. I'm not just going to be leasing. So it's important to me to make this beautiful. I have never worked in a building that I didn't want to walk into. So for me, having things look good, smell good, stay good as an integrative practitioner. And right now my practice is also more of a concierge type practice. So my clients actually are members at my clinic. We care about where we are and what we're doing, and the animals care. So it matters to me that that everything we do is incredibly fastidiously managed, and that's how I like it. Let's see. I don't have any idea. I don't imagine there's going to be a negative effect on the neighborhood or the property values, because everywhere you can go and see my clinic in Wilmette or in Ravenswood, they're beautiful. And what we do is try to help the community, get involved with the community, and my staff is incredibly dedicated and involved. So I have, let's see. And this, in this particular facility already was a medical use, so it should probably just add. And there is another animal clinic very close by. Dr. Barb Carlson is the owner of that practice. We actually know each other and have talked about this. So veterinarians, unlike a lot of other people in business, really like to be near each other. So we like it. We anticipate a pretty nice relationship between us. We already share clients and things like that for other reasons. So I don't anticipate that's a problem. Let's see, we aren't going to be making any major changes to the external building. There are some windows to fix, some broken windows and things like that, which I will. And the inside, we'll just be changing some walls and there's curtains between a lot of the different exam rooms, and we'll be putting up walls and doing things like that. But I don't anticipate it taking too long, because I really need to, keep my practice going. And I think we will provide jobs and support for animals in the community. So we do a lot of that. I want to invest in this property and make it nice. We will be, we have normal medical waste pickup, things like that. We've had contracts with people, with the Stericycle for a long time. We maintain a little clean indoor-outdoor turf area for animal relief right at the back door here, which is near the garbage dumpster. But again, it's a turf, and there's an easy way we maintain that regularly. That also will be an area where people in the staff can sit if they want to sit outside. So of course I do make sure that it doesn't smell. I don't anticipate any undue traffic. Everyone comes only by appointment. And then we have the parking lot as well. So we anticipate that we'll have the few employees who can use the parking lot. There's 13 spaces. I usually have between 3 and maybe 5 employees at a time, and the rest can be for clients. If we get really going, I can imagine maybe 7 employees would be using the parking lot at the most. And again, if everybody's coming by appointments, there's usually 1 doctor on, so I can only see so many at a time. So that's how the parking will go. So it's about the perfect number of spaces. And we did note that there's pet Uber available in Evanston for people to bring pets as well, which is fun. So there's the spaces. Yeah, sorry, I was ahead of myself. And you just enter pretty easily from Howard, and you can exit going out, so it's not always not in and out. It's an entrance and an exit in a nice circle, which I love from the safety standpoint. So no employees will be parking on the street, so we already have heard that so we know that. A lot of my employees actually use public transportation anyway, and there's no particular historical value to the building, but I'm going to keep it pretty. And there aren't really a lot of natural features to it as well. I actually don't think there's any. It's pretty much lotted around. I intend to enhance the neighborhood, provide valuable services, create some job opportunities, offer unique animal health practices that I've mentioned already, acupuncture, chiropractic, et cetera, as well as regular veterinary medicine practice. We will maintain a clean storefront and parking lot. We will properly dispose of all waste and keep the surrounding area free of debris. We will not cause parking congestion. And I have had a business for a long time, and that's how it is in those. So I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, questions? Anyone? Well, I've got just a couple.
Go ahead.
They're minor. I presume you've reviewed the proposed conditions that the staff is proposing, and you're good with those?
Yeah.
And then I guess the other question, which may or may not be for staff, I note you've got the hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and that's not a condition. And there was an indication in the memo that, that may change over time, but,
I'm a business owner. I recognize that during COVID, our hours changed dramatically so I'm not going to say I can guarantee that. I can't guarantee even if, when an emergency comes in, that kind of thing. But we're
Yeah.
business owners. We know that this kind of thing can happen. Yeah. So I'm trying to make it nice for the community and make it easy for us to manage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's not an issue, and then staff doesn't have that as a condition. So I just wanted to
Thank you.
Note that change at different hours may be a possibility.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public that would? Okay. Hearing none, are we ready to? And I think you've said what you have to say. You could say something more if you want, but otherwise, I think we can close the record for public testimony, and we can proceed to our deliberations.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. The proposed special use must follow the standards for special use. For the Land Use Commission to recommend that City Council grant us the special use for this project, we must find that the proposed special use meets particular standards. There are 10 of them. It's one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance. This is, the animal hospital is listed as a special use in the B3 district. It is in keeping with the purposes and policies of the adopted comprehensive general plan and the zoning ordinance as amended from time to time. The proposed use is supported by the comprehensive general plan and is in compliance with the zoning ordinance. The proposed use promotes the goal of retaining and enhancing a diversity of business, commercial and industrial areas as desirable locations of economic activity. And in fact, this case, it's making use of a vacant site at this point. So that standard is met. 3, it will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of various special uses of all types on the immediate neighborhood and the effect of the proposed type of special use upon the city of as a whole. As noted, there's one similar use located in the immediate vicinity. However, there do not appear to be any negatives, impacts from either of these uses, so this standard is met. It does not interfere or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. The proposed use will be a service to the community that is needed and will not diminish value of property in the neighborhood. And as noted, the applicant is purchasing this property, so this standard is met. Can be adequately served by public facilities and services. The use can be adequately served by the current traffic. There's sufficient parking available on site, so this standard is met. And also, going back to the services and facilities, public transportation is available for employees at this site. 6, it does not cause undue traffic congestion. There are 13 off-street parking spaces that are available on site for employees and customers. And I think given the just the nature of the use. It's not going to generate huge amounts of traffic. So that standard is met. It preserves significant historical and architectural resources. This standard really is not applicable. There's nothing that is particularly historic about this particular property. It preserves significant natural and environmental features. This standard is also not really applicable. There are no existing environmental features on the site, and I guess this is 9 then. The last standard, it complies with all other applicable regulations of the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent such regulations have been modified through the plan development process or the grant of a variation. This use complies with all available regulations, and presumably you'll get the necessary building permits to do the interior renovations, so this standard is also met. So anyone in disagreement with those finding the standards? Okay, then I think we need,
Okay, I'll move in the case of,
and then we had
Yeah,
5.
we need-
Oh, is that Commissioner
do we
Mabadi?
want to go- Yes. I have to recuse myself from this. Dr. Royal is my vet. If she wasn't my vet, I would be voting for it. Sorry.
All right, thank
but
you.
That's the truth.
All right.
Okay.
okay, y'all get that too. I move in the case of 815 Howard Street, case 25ZM JV-0033, that we make a positive recommendation to City Council for the applicant's special use request, inclusive of the department recommendations listed 1 through 4 on page 351 of 460 in the packet.
I second.
Okay, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Berlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Rabadi is recusing himself. Commissioner Mangum,
Yes.
Commissioner Pectel,
Yes.
Chair Lindwall.
Yes. With 7? With 7 votes and, six voting in favor, 1 abstention, the recommendation will go to City Council. So you can coordinate with staff on next steps, and thank you. Want a break? Okay, I've got, before we get into 605 Davis, I've had a request for a 5-minute break. So we'll convene at 7:47. Okay, I think we're ready to go back on the record for 605 Davis Street, the public hearing continuation. I just kind of to set the stage, at our July 23rd meeting, the applicant presented his project. Commissioners present asked questions of the applicant. Public testimony was heard. Requests for continuances were received, and the Land Use Commission voted to continue the hearing to this evening with testimony limited to those individuals whose continuances were granted. Other individuals who wish to address this case will be welcome to do so during the public comment period that comes at the end of this meeting following our deliberations. As you are aware, there was confusion at the July 23rd meeting as to whether continuances requests needed to include a specific reason, and as a result, only the 5 requests that included a specific topic were granted. Staff in the law department researched this further, and as a result of the inconsistency between the LUC rules and the zoning ordinance, it was determined that the 6 continuance requests that did not include a specific reason for the request should have been granted, since they came from property owners within the notice area. In order to provide an opportunity for these individuals to prepare their testimony, the Land Use Commission voted to continue the case to this evening's meeting. So you want to kind of go through the overview of the remaining public hearing steps. As I just mentioned, public testimony is closed except for the interested parties who have been granted continuances. Individuals granted a continuance have up to 5 minutes to present their testimony and evidence, and I may allow up to 5 additional minutes to hear from any expert witnesses that you may have brought. So let me know if there's someone besides you who is going to speak. Then we're going to have the applicant may ask questions of the witness. Then the land use commissioners may ask clarifying questions. And then after all the individuals who have requested continuances are heard, the applicant will be given up to 20 minutes for a closing statement or rebuttal. But prior to the applicant making a closing statement, I plan to give the commissioners who are unable to attend the July 23rd presentation by the applicant an opportunity to ask any questions that they may have. At that point, the public record will be public testimony record will be closed, and the Land Use Commission will begin its deliberations. So at this point, I will start calling the speakers. Dr. Altman.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Arthur Altman. I've lived at Residence at Sherman Plaza for 18 years. I've attended adult classes. They're called Osher Lifelong Learning Institute at 500 Davis. And either morning or afternoon or both, I go down Davis to 500 Davis. So I'm really well aware of the traffic patterns there. When you go down Chicago Avenue, you cannot turn right unless it's green. So that's a wait, north and south. When you finally get to turn west, you have to let pedestrians go. So usually you have to wait through one light, sometimes two. Well, the building that's going to be possibly built will have trucks in front of it or cars waiting for people to pick them up. It will narrow the lanes down and increase the backup of traffic. Davis is one of the most complicated streets in Evanston. Besides not turning right on a red light at Chicago, if you go down Sherman, you have to wait for the light to be green. So there's that backup also. And Sherman splits into a north-south going south on Sherman. So there's a lot of ways you can go in and out of Davis. So this is probably one of the worst streets for someone to want to use it even further. During the summer, on Thursday evenings, they closed the whole street, so the people who would possibly be living in this building would have to go through the alley. Also, next to the Chase Bank, that great big black building, there's a preschool. And I'm up on the 24th floor, and I see parents going in the gate and dropping their children off, primarily morning and then picking them up at night. Well, if there's a truck or something that's going to service this building, blocks it off, how are these people going to pick up their children? Lastly, I heard when they were announcing the apartment sizes, 20 by 20 feet are going to be some of them. That's really quite a small area for people to live in. So that's something else to be considered. Lastly, there's a grassy area and where there used to be cash stations. It would really be nice if there was a little park there where there could be a little playground and memorial tablets for past presidents of Evanston or very important people in the history. So that would be sort of almost like a continuance of Fountain Square. So I hope you'll take my remarks into those consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any questions for this witness? Okay. Any Any questions from commissioners? Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Sam Gaiman.
He has emailed and said that he's out of the country and unable to attend.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that he had sent us material that was in our packets. Okay, next up is Bruce Bomberger.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Baumberger, live at 807 Davis Street. Thanks for the opportunity to speak again about the 605 Davis development. As mentioned in my continuance, the focus is on the alley area that would be just west of 605 Davis. And one thing I noticed about the alley in the proposal for this project is that very little mention of Bright Horizons. I think a lot of people are unaware that Bright Horizons is a very large child care facility. Address is 1629 Orrington. And as you look at this photo, you'll see that the access to Bright Horizons, basically their front door, is off the alley. Parents drive into the parking lot, park, drop off the child, and a few minutes later come out the exit gate. Fairly complicated logistically. And as we consider that the alley is really the front door for Bright Horizons. On my clicker, oh, there we are. One of the issues brought to my attention by the manager of Bright Horizons is the truck traffic. Garbage trucks, delivery trucks, even though it is a two-way alley and measures at 20 feet or close to it, there's an issue with garbage trucks, other delivery trucks basically parking in the middle of the alley. They're basically blocking the alley. And as you see in this picture, which I took early morning a couple of weeks ago, we have one southbound parent trying to get out of the area, stuck. Northbound parent wanting to drop off a child is sitting there waiting. So, I mean, this is something that's going to occur regardless of what happens at 605, whether it's a 31-story building or a 10-story building. We're going to have an issue to manage the additional traffic in that alley. One of the significant aspects about this child care center is the fact that Bright Horizons has a rooftop playground. There was no mention of that in the proposal documentation, and you may wonder, why is that a concern? Any of you who have walked down the east side of Orrington in that area know that there is a tremendous amount of wind around Orrington Plaza, wind tunnel. You'll probably hear more about that from one of our other speakers this evening. The manager of Bright Horizons told me that they have a ground level play area which they cannot use because of prevailing wind, and I'm concerned that, you know, as this development goes on at 31 stories, we're going to see a lot more wind tunnel activity in that area. So something to consider. Elsewhere in the alley, just north of the Bright Horizons parking area, is the delivery dock area for 1603 Orrington. So Orrington Plaza tenants, whatever they have going on in the way of deliveries or construction, all that's funneled through this delivery area, which quite often is filled with dumpsters because of remodeling construction in the Orrington Plaza building. So that generates more alley parking considerations. Moving on, I heard someone comment this evening as I was coming in about the size of the packet this evening, the 454 pages, which is largely 605, Davis. You'll see in the way the packet's organized, there's kind of a mix of 605 input documentation up front. The other projects we heard about earlier have their documentation, and then more 605. My concern is that you've got basically over 1,000 pages of documentation to work through on this project, to understand exactly what people's concerns are. And in particular, I'd like to bring your attention to what's on page 454 of the current packet, which is a very detailed analysis by David Schoon, the retired Winnetka Community Development Director. I encourage you to make sure you see that, review it. It's got a lot of great questions about this project.
Can you wrap it up?
And I will wrap it up. In terms of LUC standards, just briefly, what's highlighted on the screen at this point shows where I think the project does not meet the standards in terms of what is going on in the alley area. It's on your hard copy. And moving on.
Can you wrap up, sir?
Yeah, moving on, I think we need to take a hard look at the scale of this project. The legacy went through about 5 years before it got a approved project and went from a 25-story proposal initially down to 11. I see the same kind of thing happening with 605. Thank you.
Okay. Does the applicant have any questions? Commissioners?
Can I ask a question for staff?
Sure.
Forgive me if I missed it, but have we received any feedback from Bright Horizons?
I have not received any, no.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker on my list is Stephen Miskowitz.
And Attorney Jeff Smith will also be testifying tonight as well. So again, Stephen Miskowitz, 807 Davis as well. Previously, I raised the issue for the continuance, and specifically, I'm going to address the use of the floor area ratio share concept that is being presented by the developer. If you reference this, the packet that was handed to you, the applicant is basing their proposal for the floor area ratio and the resulting height proposal in part on the transfer of development rights, the TDR, arrangement with the adjoining property. This arrangement, offering ownership in the proposed development in exchange for FAR, is being presented as a basis to increase the buildable volume and the height of the project site. However, this type of transaction is simply not authorized under the Evanston zoning code. Reference section 6-3-6-4 of the code says that a planned development may be established for any parcel or tract of land under single ownership or control. However, the vacant lot and the university building parcels have disparate ownership and disparate control. The TDR parcel is owned 50/50 by QUORUM LLC, Series University Building, and Merrick LLC, Series University Building. The remaining parcels in the proposed planned development are separately owned by Davis Street Development 2015 and two personal trusts and a land trust whose beneficiaries apparently have an agreement to transfer the properties to Davis Street Development. While it may be the case that the agreement to transfer the trust parcels to the developer suffices for the board to consider the application to be from a single owner as to the construction site parcels, there is no such representation with relation to the TDR parcel, and there's simply no way that it can be characterized as a single owner. We have 5+. The developer attempts to address this problem with a zoning control agreement. Nowhere does the code even hint that plan development requirement for single control of the parcel or land can be satisfied with an agreement for single zoning control. This is a novelty. As a developer, I've never heard of this before either. This fiction would serve to make the restriction meaningless, as someone could simply sell unused FAR, as appears to be the case here, and sign a zoning control agreement which will function as a bill of sale for the transaction. The TDR parcel and the construction site parcel are separately owned and controlled. There are several other problems relating to the application that need to be addressed. 605 Davis LLC may or may not be the beneficiary owner of the lots owned by the trust, but the trustees are the legal owners, and they have not, in the case of the two trusts, signed in that capacity, and in the case of the land trust, they have not signed at all. The applicant must have owners' signatures, the application. Secondly, the disclosure required by the Title I, Chapter 18, Section 1 were not properly completed. The disclosure statement for zoning hearings, which is part of the application submittal for the July hearing, is not complete. Question 8 requires that name, address, percentage of ownership interest, the relationship to the applicant of each partner, associate, person holding a beneficial interest, and other person having an interest in the entity applying, or in those interest in applying for the zoning relief. The question provided is, the answer provided rather is, see the organizational chart. The attached organizational chart does not list the percentage of interests at all. Developer responding to the amount of the interest is uncertain, but any LLC agreement, and trust me, I review many of them throughout the course of a developer, with more than one party would have to allocate the interests, even if there were circumstances in which they could change. The disclosure clearly does not name all the beneficiary interest holders or other persons with interests. All of the LLC members, but not all members named. The trustees have beneficiaries. This is not comprehensively provided. The most recent submittal contains a City of Evanston disclosure statement. It similarly requires an applicant or proposed land user that is not a corporation to provide their name, address, percentage of interest in relation to the applicant of each partner, associate, person holding a beneficial interest, or other person having an interest in the entity. The applicant responded, not applicable. This application is not ready for consideration. The standard has not been met, and the TDR parcel can be removed and transparency as to the ownership provided. Thank you for consideration. We'll now have Jeff Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Is everyone familiar with Jeff Smith? Okay, then I can skip your bio, Jeff.
Yes. All right, Mr. Smith, you have
You can take
5
judicial
minutes.
notice of my CV, such as it is. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. I was asked to review and opine on the, particularly the floor area ratio standard for what's proposed to be the tallest project in Evanston, and then the novel use of, I'm going to say FAR or FAR, for floor area ratio, from the adjoining property that's in a different zoning district that is not being redeveloped. And I have 3 conclusions and a suggestion. The 3 conclusions are, first, that this isn't a proper application for a planned development because, as Steve explained, it doesn't have single ownership or control over the properties. Second, that the novel for Evanston mechanism of transferring FAR rights from a property that wasn't going to be redeveloped has no grounding in Evanston code, and it's subject to attack as void against public policy because it subverts the entire idea of FAR and really the entire policy basis of zoning itself. Third, even if you put on blinders as to the fuzziness of the right to bring a PDF and the sketchiness of the FAR borrowing, it's still way too much building on too little lot, and it causes the project to fail to meet multiple standards. Now, why is it not a proper application for a PD under 6364A? Well, because it doesn't have single ownership or control over the properties. I believe that Liz has handed out to you a chart I put together, and I went through every possible source in the application, in public record, as to who actually owns these 5 parcels. And it's contradicted in document after document. It's incomplete. It's inconsistent even within the applicant's own documents. At some point, they'll say Vermilion Enterprises. At some point, they'll say that it's Vermilion CLC Davis GP LLC. There's Delaware LLCs whose interests are not disclosed at all, and they're very hard to get to. That's why people incorporate in Delaware. You have really no accountability in the application for the fact that the university building property is owned in title by these two LLCs, and they're not forged into a new controlling entity. The application narrative that was put together by staff states that this is, well, it kind of fudges it. It says it seems to be a viable agreement, but it really isn't one entity. You've got things in the organizational chart, which is, by the way, upside down. Organizational charts usually flow from control to the controlled, and this one, I guess, is going up, but it doesn't come together to form a single unitary control of the property. So why is this important? A, it's the law. B, it matters when it comes to accountability, and a city has to be very careful of this. I'll give you 3 examples. In addition to my professional experience, I've worked 30 years in downtown Evanston, and I go back to Davis Street when they installed the first ATM in what was then State National Bank. Sherman Plaza, had it gone forward and they'd done the excavation, might have sat, well, actually Sherman Plaza itself did sit as a hole in the ground for a number of years and couldn't be completed on time because they ran into geological problems that they hadn't anticipated. We've got glacial remains. You don't know what you're going to get when you start digging here. You might hit a boulder as big as a school bus. That sometimes you have to do a lot of pounding to get the caissons in. There can be damage to adjoining buildings. I know personally of at least one instance where that happened with one of our larger buildings going up and an adjoining vintage building being damaged. Third is that you can just end up with a project that can't go forward because the economic circumstances change. And if you've got these layers of LLCs and corporations and partnerships that aren't partnerships, they're called partnerships in narrative, but they aren't really partnerships in paper, years of litigation, then when you get to whoever is supposedly responsible, nobody's responsible. So it's a bad risk for a city to take with something that's in the heart of its downtown. So it's not an entity under single ownership and control, and really that should cause a reset in and of itself. But secondly, the mechanism of transferring far rights from a property that wasn't going to be redeveloped anyway, there is no such thing as a zoning control agreement in our code. In fact, if you Google zoning control agreement, I only came up with 2 hits, and they're totally inapplicable. The phrase doesn't exist in Illinois law. It doesn't exist in our code. It's a contract that really doesn't do anything. I'd say it's toothless and unenforceable by my analysis, and please forgive me, but I'm going to need a little additional time here because this is a little more complicated. You can't even give witness testimony about a car accident in 5 minutes. And
just very quickly, please wrap it up.
I'll try and get through it. Anyway, Evanston doesn't have a regime of buying, selling, swapping, or exchanging FAR. In theory, you could do that, but the context of FAR is that it's meant to be a shorthand for limiting bulk, to eliminate the free-for-all of whoever can build fast or higher. Zoning fixed that and basically said that light and air and space for human beings becomes part of the commons. And every single zoning code, including ours, begins with those way up front in the code. It's anti-congestion and it's anti-bulk. So FAR is a way of controlling that while giving a developer some flexibility. You take away zoning and controls like that and substitute a market system, which is and you replace progressive control of the commons and the look and feel of the community that people have invested their lives or their business tendencies or placements in with the whims of essentially who's got the most money. So this contract becomes susceptible to the charge that it's against public policy, and that's even without getting into the I think Steve used the word fiction, and that's, I'd say, a kinder way of saying it is basically gaming the system in a way that Evanston hasn't allowed. The university building is being brought along as a wingman when it really doesn't have any skin in the game. The third point is that even if you ignore those 2 points, which are both kind of fatal to the whole thing, it's way too much building on too much lot. If you look at this chart that I prepared, this shows the some existing buildings, and you see that have been built and where their FAR comes out to, and then the 2 columns on the right show the FAR at the very far right if you include the university building, and on the second from the right if you don't include the university building. It's way above anything that we're used to seeing, and you have to hunt through 700, 800 pages of packet to actually find a good aerial representation of the rendering plunked down onto Davis Street, which is the heart of our vintage traditional district. So it's not a proper application for a PD. The proof of that really is the squirrely zoning control agreement, which you wouldn't need if it was actually an entity. And the bottom line is that even with dragging the university building in as a wingman, it's still too much for the lot. So my suggestion would be that the applicant withdraw the application or ask for time to come back with a revision of it so that they can, there's any ways you can form a business. You can form a partnership, you can form an LLC, you can send them and put the disclosures in the application, and then take that. You wouldn't have the FAR problem as severe if you cut back that prow that's sticking into Davis Street and would be the only 12-story sheer wall in a 2-block stretch. And it's really just to support 24 luxury units and a swimming pool.
All right.
Thank you.
The applicant has got some questions.
I will hopefully defer a little bit to Corporation Counsel on some of the questions, but I think I want to ask a few questions of Mr. Smith. I'm David Reefman. I'm counsel for the applicant. Under Mr. Smith, under section, you spent a lot of time talking about the zoning ordinance. So under section 6-18.3, which party has the right to designate a zoning lot?
I don't have the zoning code memorized by number. If you could point me to the.
Sure, I'll read it to you to avoid the time. But a zoning lot is designated by its owner or developer as a tract to be used under single ownership and control. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. In addition, under the rules of construction of the Evanston zoning ordinance, the plural includes the singular and the singular includes the plural, correct?
Where appropriate.
Who decides that? Do you decide that?
Ultimately, a judge. There's some things you can't just assume. You can't write a contract that says that up is down or.
I don't think it. Well, what I didn't want to do and what I don't want to do is turn this into a legal argument before the Land Use Commission, whose role is to look at the standards that we're here at, and that really would. I really don't want to get into that. I just want to be clear that you've read the proper provisions of the zoning ordinance and understand which party has the right to designate a zoning lot. Evanston is also a home rule community. Zoning agreements, does it say that a partnership is the way that ownership is evidenced, as you suggested in the zoning ordinance?
You could evident.
Does the zoning, please answer my question. Does the zoning ordinance require that it be a partnership? What form of ownership would it require? You've suggested to the commission that it needs to be a partnership, that the application.
There's many ways of forming a business. That's what I believe.
So for single ownership and control, which is not a business, an agreement between owners in the plural, such as a zoning control agreement, would satisfy that requirement, correct?
No. And it says single entity or.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not say that's.
Ownership or control.
Please. If you're going to tell the commission what the ordinance says, accurately reflect what the ordinance says. Mm-hmm. A single land designated by its owner or developer, which under the Evanston ordinance, can include the plural, to be used, developed, or built upon as a unit. Another question for you. As a planned development.
That's a question and you're going on.
I am. It's my questions. It's my questions.
About 64A.
Okay, well, let's get to 6416A. Are multiple buildings permitted in a planned development?
Yes.
Can they be owned by different owners? Yes.
It starts to get difficult.
Is it prohibited by the City of Evanston zoning ordinance?
Is it prohibited?
Is it prohibited?
Well, the facial meaning of the Plan Development Ordinance 6364 would be that you have to have single ownership or control.
I've already addressed that issue from our perspective. In any event,
Well, that's
the last
argument,
question,
not-
the last question I
that's
have
not
for
an
you is this.
argument.
You've made various statements to the commission representing issues about the ordinance. You talked about what the zoning ordinance requires for partnerships. You think it's too dense. Are those legal conclusions that you're making, that it's too dense, that it's, is this a legal, factual interpretation you're making, or is this your opinion? Are you just another objector, Mr. Smith?
No, I was asked to provide my opinion, and I'm showing why this relates to the question of floor area ratio and why this is important at all.
Right. So I believe we've fairly established, and I will cease my questions of you because I really think it's a question for the city, that this is a zoning lot under single ownership and control as evidenced by the owners of the parcel in a planned development which allows multiple buildings on a lot for a development which the land use commission is here to evaluate in accordance with the standards for development. So while I appreciate that you've raised a highly technical issue, I don't believe that the ordinance precludes anything that's here for the application, and that's my legal opinion. So
Is that a question?
no, it's a
Then
comment.
it's inappropriate. You're arguing.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Let me answer that non-question.
No, I think what I would like to do, thank you. I've given you more time than the 5 minutes I said you were going to get.
That's not an appropriate question. To the extent that it's a question, what I've showed you is that you have multiple owners and you don't have unitary control. That's required for a planned development. It's that simple. Don't go get led astray into all these rabbit holes. This is a conglomeration of things that are held together at core by an agreement that isn't even signed. And you can't, by agreement, designate yourself as one entity when you're not, any more than I could by a contract say that I'm entitled to claim minority status.
Thank you,
MWBE
thank you,
purposes.
Mr. Smith. I think at this point, I'd like to let our city attorney weigh in on this issue, which came up, early on.
Yeah, it's the opinion of the law department that this is a properly before the Land Use Commission as a single tract under single control pursuant to the zoning control agreement.
Okay. Any questions that commissioners have? Or anyone? Okay. In that case, I'd like to move on to the next speaker, Valley Lev.
Actually, I'm sorry, can I ask one question?
Certainly.
I feel like maybe I know the answer to this, but it might be helpful if we all hear it, assuming it's the answer I think it is, which is I understand the concern around the TDR deal and the idea that this is not allowed in the zoning code in the same way in this city, in the same way that the city is able to comment on the ownership structure. Does the city have a position on the legality of the TDR structure under the zoning code? The idea of yeah, I think there were concerns around the TDR and the FAR and the transactions surrounding those, and just confirming that the city is comfortable with the legality of that structure.
Yeah, according to section, I believe it's 672 of the zoning code, it's appropriate. The lot in question has been deemed a zoning lot, and staff the district boundary goes through that zoning lot. So since there is singular control of the entire zoning lot, it's up to the zoning administrator and how they're going to characterize which districts rules apply.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now, Mr. Lev.
My name is Fadi Lev. I live at 807 Davis in Evanston. Thank you for the opportunity. I am going to cover 3 topics under my continuance request. I hope that all of you have a copy of my slides. Okay. So item 1 that I wanted to cover is parking. And I start with a quote from the builder that the proposal was modified in order to make sure that the building is appropriate for empty nesters and families. So my first attempt on estimating the parking needs was to look at 2 buildings, exactly that demographics on the street. And I came up with such high numbers for parking that I have to think that has to be something else. And the something else is rentals. The rentals don't take as much parking space as the condominiums, but I do have a framework to count that. In the 807 Davis, there are 53 units that are rentals by the owners. They have 53 parking spaces, and most important, actual use. These are license plates tracked by the management and by the parking garage. There are 42 units. That ends to a certain number of units, parking spaces per unit, and would require 605 Davis to have 349 spaces. So how come they came up with such a low number? When I found a study in the parking study that they submitted after the first meeting that includes 8 locations, and there are 3 things that have been done to this analysis to lead to a very low number. The first thing is that 5 out of these 8 are primarily student housing, and the builder said that this 605 building is not a student residence. Second thing that leads to lower numbers is that the numbers are not actual numbers. They are some surveys that were done at night. And lastly, to get to a low number, they averaged all these numbers. Now, average is not a good measure because it understates the actual need. So I did a revised analysis. What I did leave the numbers as they were entered, as I said, a survey. I did leave the ones that are primarily college, they are marked with a red asterisk, but I did 2 things to make it more realistic. I added 1 more rental place, which is the 807 Davis that I showed you that they have units for rent. And I added the lowest of the 2 units down the street because, right, that's supposed to be empty nesters and families. And finally, the correct way that I found in technical literature is that you should use the 85 percentile, not the average. 85 percentile meaning that I calculated to be 0.73 means 85% of the units will be at that or below. This leads to in-building spaces. All these are in-building spaces, requires 314. That's a big discrepancy from what is being proposed. Second area that I requested a continuance on, the loading dock bays. It's easy to calculate the actual load on this bays. We know exactly how many packages per year and how many dumpsters per day happen in 807 Davis. You prorate that by the number of units and come out that at 605 it will be so many packages per year, which is, of course, 71% more, and so many dumpsters per day. The third occupancy of the base is turnovers. Turnovers at 807 Davis were 46 last year, but they are different between rentals and condos. So if you take the rentals turnover rate and apply that to all of the units in 605, you come up to a much higher number of turnovers. So look at the differences But the bottom line is there are 3 bays versus 2, even though this traffic is so much bigger. And my final area of complaint is the drop-off spaces. So we start with 605 Davis. This is what they have. 2 spaces for 43 units and the bike lane on the side where people come off the cars. I'll be done in 30 seconds. The next place to compare with is 1580 Sherman. They have 3 spaces, so 50% more, and 103 units, 103 units, which is 76 less. If you use that as a reference, you come up that 605 should have 13 spaces. And the final one is 807 Davis. They have 3 regular, 1 handicapped, which is 100 more spaces, for 251 units, which is 42%. The bicycle lane is on the outside. Double parking will not block the street. So based on this, you calculate that 605 should have 7 spaces. Bottom line, 605, in my opinion, is not a functional building. Parking spaces, 80 in the building, and 114 they are proposing at other garages, instead of 314 in the building, which all the other buildings have. Loading dock bays, 2 instead of 3. Drop-off spaces at the main entrance, 2 instead of 7. This I recommend to the Commission to reject until it's reduced to the appropriate size.
Thank you. Any questions from?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kerry Dixon with Vermilion Development. And Mr. Lev, right? I really appreciate all of the time that you spent on this, the fact that you went through the materials that were submitted and found the parking report and analyzed it and did all the work that you did. I may not agree with the analysis, but you should be commended on that. The firm that did the parking analysis study that you reviewed, Sarah is here from TY Lin. Is it okay if she explains the methodology behind the way she did the report, just to make sure that it's clear in terms of?
Did I present the methodology wrong? What they did? I summarized what they did based on the report. Is that wrong, what I summarized?
You referred to a survey, but I think it's very important how that survey was done. It wasn't just sending out a survey or something like that. So, okay. Is it okay?
Thank you. As Carrie mentioned, my name's Sarah Disney-Hoffey. I'm a licensed engineer at TY Lin, and I lead our traffic engineering department. So we perform parking surveys like this at times. I appreciate your reference to the Institute of Transportation Engineers. That's a common reference that we refer to. As I explain the methodology, I want to allude to one of the items that you mentioned about, we call it ITE, the ITE manual. And it's true that the resources from ITE, they provide an average rate, they provide an 85th percentile value, they often also provide a 33rd percentile value, which is not to say that we should be using the highest percentile. It's to communicate that these buildings have a wide range of potential outcomes, that there's not one single answer, as the zoning code might imply, with a parking ratio required per unit. And so accordingly, the more information we can get to inform our parking survey, the more buildings that we can get data from, the more resilient the work that we're presenting. And this is in keeping with the best practices for our industry, as dictated by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So by collecting information from 8 buildings that were comparable in location and also rental buildings, as you alluded to, that has a different characteristic. That's why we...
Not comparable in demographics. 5 of those 8 were primarily student residents.
Well, I can't speak to, I'll let somebody else on the team potentially speak to the demographic of who lives in those buildings. We did look at those 8 buildings, identified an average. I can also tell you that if you look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers' latest parking generation manual and see what it would suggest the typical parking rate would be for a high-rise building in a TOD setting with rich transit access and walkability. Our survey determined a rate of 0.46 spaces per dwelling unit, and the ITE manual suggests 0.45 per dwelling unit, so it's extremely consistent with the work that we did. And if we look at it per bedroom, our survey found, I believe it's 0.32 per bedroom as a result of our survey, and the ITE manual would also identify 0.35 per bedroom. These are very consistent results. And so acknowledging that there may be a range of outcomes, that's why the use of underutilized public parking spaces within a block or two of this building is part of the solution. As you may have seen from that parking study, the additional parking demand that we are estimating may be generated by 605 Davis would be between 96 and 118 additional spaces. And this would be about 7% of the current vacancy in the Church Street and Sherman Plaza parking garage. So there's an abundance of available parking within a close distance, and so we believe that there's a sufficient availability to accommodate that demand.
Well, for sure, sufficient availability, because with this logic, you could say, I don't need any parking spaces, and if the building needs 300, go to the parking garages. So, of course, there is enough availability.
Excuse me.
Say my approach is not to have parking in the
Excuse
building.
me, we're not.
Second,
we're not going to get into a debate about.
Okay, not I have to respond. The best argument to the those numbers are 807 rentals.
No.
That is here in Evanston.
Can you remind us how this section of the
This
meeting
section is supposed to be, you know, we can. She answered a question, responded to the question. We're not going to get into a debate between the applicant and the. But do commissioners have questions? Commissioner Johnson.
I have a question for Mr. Lev.
Yes.
In the meeting 2 weeks ago, the original meeting when this was discussed, your numbers were slightly different, if my notes are correct. So here you have 50,318 packages.
Correct.
And I think in the last meeting you said 52,000 packages was your.
Well, I prorated
Well,
by the
can you
number
speak
of
into the?
Yeah.
Can you speak into the
They
microphone?
can't hear you at home.
I prorated the number of packages by the number of units. If I made a mistake, maybe, but the percentage should be the ratio of the 2 unit number. So it's that number is a percentage.
Okay. So I watched the video from our July 23rd meeting, and your number for the packages and the turnovers per year was slightly different.
Yeah.
Did you recalculate the numbers or? Okay.
I adjusted because they changed the number. My initial numbers were based on the initial proposal of 445 units.
Okay.
Then they reduced it to 430. So this is reflected in these numbers. This is based on the latest number of units in the proposal.
Got it. So
that's a difference.
Your methodology was the same. It was just the proposal was modified.
And I followed the proposal in the updated slides.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I was just trying to figure out why my notes from the July meeting didn't match this.
Yes, the notes were correct then because there were 445 units in the original proposal, and I adjusted it to the new number of units.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like there from the drawing, it looks like there is space to expand the drop-off zone, but it would remove on-street parking spaces. So I'm wondering, what would be your preference or compromise to extend the drop-off zone and reduce on-street parking, or where would you land on that?
Well, you need to satisfy all the constraints. Parking drop-off is a requirement for every building. You'll have deliveries and getting people with disability off the cars and so on. So the drop-off area is a requirement on its own. And I took the lowest of all the buildings, and I came up with 7.
And I had one more question, probably for staff. Is there a where we put the bike lane? How does that? Is there any methodology in where the bike lane's placed?
I mean, the bike lane is an existing condition, so, it's not going to be relocated just for this development on this portion of the block. And the city's right-of-way engineers and transportation folks have all reviewed this proposal, and they did not come up with any significant concerns relative to proximity of the lay-by lane to the bike lane. And the developer has proposed the addition of bollards in between both to provide additional safety measures.
Okay, so the bike lane's staying as it exists now.
And if I could just add on a little bit, in addition, as it relates to the lay-by lane, the current application is proposing 2 spaces. There is actually a net increase in the metered parking spaces along this stretch of Davis Avenue. If the commission is so inclined, staff would be supportive of increasing the 2 dedicated loading spaces to 4, and that would result in a net neutral condition in terms of metered parking spaces along this stretch of Davis. So just for your awareness, there is additional opportunity to increase that lay-by lane for drop-offs and pickups in the right-of-way.
Is there a way to make it parking at certain times and drop-off zone at others?
It would be essentially between a 15 or 30-minute loading area, and it could be dedicated and signed to only be a loading area during certain hours. But that is an administrative function of the city that could be evaluated and addressed over time, depending on the results of new development and the use of that loading area.
I see. Thank you.
Commissioner Berlin, you had a question?
This might be a small detail, but I noticed in one of the examples presented that in front of some of at least one of the buildings, the bike lane was on the outside of the parking spots or the loading zone versus the inside as this one is proposed. Is there a best, I heard you say the bike lane's not up for moving, but we haven't approved anything. And I am curious to know if there is a best practice that puts the lane on one side or the other. Like why would it be on the outside of a loading zone in front of one building on one street and the inside of a loading zone in front of another building on another street?
Not a transportation planning expert, but typically having bike lanes where they have that additional protection of the on-street parking, kind of regardless of if they're metered parking or if they're just 30-minute, sort of loading passenger drop-off areas. Typically, that's better practice is to put it behind the.
Okay, so this is actually preferable. And then I thought it was really interesting the point you made that in some of the other buildings, some of the loading spaces, at least in one case, one was actually designated for someone with mobility issues or other disabilities. Is there if we have 2 spots, are one of those required? How does that work where you have a designation like that? And is there a requirement around that?
You mean an ADA space? There's an existing ADA space on this block.
Yeah, because you were saying there is one, right, in the example you provided.
There are 2, but one is for ATI center for people who exercise and get treatment. So there are 2. One is for the building, for our building.
Okay, I'm just curious how that happens or doesn't happen in a development.
Yeah, it's an administrative function. The city has control over the right-of-ways. There are certain standards for number of spaces needed within the right-of-way, and if that's required by the standards, the city will take that space and make it an ADA accessible space.
So in this case, that's not a requirement.
I believe that the ADA space would still be remaining in this location. If not, then it's not required. It was not something that our engineers identified as needing to be there. But I was under the impression that it was going to remain. If I'm mistaken, then it's still going to comply with codes. It was not something that our engineers identified as an issue that needed to be addressed.
Yeah, and I'm sure you all would make sure it complies with code. I have no concern with that. What I'm thinking here, and I spend a lot of time at Davis in Chicago. I'm there twice a week for a standing appointment. So am I understanding you? So my concern here is if there's only 2 spots and one is for the loading and one is required to be ADA compliant, we effectively have one fully functional spot. But are you saying there is another nearby location that is currently required to be ADA compliant and would remain ADA compliant?
So the lay-by lane is separate from the ADA spaces.
Okay, so I'm confused. I'm collapsing them. Okay, so then they will not affect one another is what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
I have 2 quick things. First, I wanted to confirm that the 2 loading docks, that this project is compliant in that 2 loading docks are required and 2 loading docks are provided.
Correct. Yes, it is compliant. Yep.
Okay, then the second question is there anywhere in our code that requires drop-off zones on any development?
There is no code requirement for one.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple questions. I'd like to go back to parking if that's possible. The young lady, the engineer, and I'm sorry, I don't recall your name or the title that you hold, but you were mentioning something about 0.46 parkings per unit for this development. Is that, and I'm not clear on how that calculation is done because that is not my purview, but I'm interested in knowing if you are using the information, the data about the access to additional parking around the perimeter neighborhood to develop that number, or does that number just strictly stand on its own merits based upon your survey of other buildings and what you think this building will actually require?
I think the question is for the builder, correct?
Correct.
Yes, happy to answer that question. And my name is Sarah with TY Lin, and I'm our Director of Traffic Engineering to answer your other question. In terms of how we collected this information, start out, this information is in some cases private to the buildings that are included. And so we worked with the property managers of those buildings to find out how many spaces are leased in a couple cases. And then in other cases, we gained permission to document how many vehicles were parked overnight in those buildings, which is the best practice in our industry. That's when you would expect people would be home between the hours of midnight and 4 or 5 a.m. is when you would expect those parking spaces to be at their peak occupancy. In the case of 3 buildings, there are 2 different surveys that we obtained, and we saw good consistency, but nonetheless used the higher of the 2 numbers that we obtained for those 3 of 8 buildings. And I'm sorry, was there a second part to your question, Commissioner?
So I guess where I'm going with this is, let's pretend for a minute that there was no public parking available anywhere near this building. 0 public parking. Would your calculation come out the same as what you've presented here tonight?
Thank you. That helps jog my memory on what you were asking. So in terms of are we comfortable that we captured the demand, the parking demand for each of these buildings? 7 of the 8 were no more than 76% full overnight. So there is excess space there. It's not that these spaces are all full and there's not room for any other residents and they may be parking somewhere else. Within our best practices, that would indicate to us that we're capturing the demand for that building. Somewhere between 33 and 76% occupied. There was only 1 building that was fully occupied, which was Tapestry Station, which is the furthest from downtown, and that we included that full demand in our survey. And so, as noted in the proposal, we are estimating that 80 of those vehicles would be accommodated in the building and others would be accommodated off-site, to answer the last phrasing of your question.
So your 0.46 is based not upon the demand, it's based upon the availability of parking that you can dilute against the parking that you're providing?
It's based on the demand we documented in these buildings, and because we see that there are extra spaces beyond that demand, we're comfortable that there's not some latent demand somewhere else that we didn't capture in our study.
Okay, so what percentage of the if you were to look at your 8 buildings, let's just say there was 1,000 units, what percentage of that number of units are seeking and accessing parking in the buildings aggregately? Is it 70%? Is it 40%? Is it 90%?
Well, our ratio of 0.46 vehicles parked per unit is what we arrived at.
46%.
Yeah.
I understand that, but you're saying that there's a 54% vacancy effectively, if you were using round whole numbers, 0.54, 56 would be vacant in the building, in the buildings that you surveyed?
Our average occupancy was 57%. And that's a weighted average across all of the units.
So that is a little bit of a concern. That sounds like you're coming in underneath your average for this particular design, and that is a concern. I think that's a legitimate question to ask. That for us to discuss, because I know that there are buildings out there that have a waiting list for parking, and I also know that there are buildings that are returning spaces to the city because they had entered into a leasing arrangement with the city in order to fulfill the parking requirements to get the design approved through this process. So there's both, and I think that when you're in a very densely packed building like this in that area, the parking becomes a question, and I think it's more significant because you have that the rental rates that you're getting, these people have cars. These are not, when we say that, even students, you will rent to students with cars in that building, for sure, because of the proximity to university and because there are students that have the means of paying that, going to this university, have the means of paying that and have cars. So I think cars are a bigger deal than in this development than, say, in the Noyes Street lofts that were built that you could walk to campus that they had, and they couldn't fill the rents and their cash flows were impacted because they couldn't fill it. They didn't have enough units there. But this, I think as many parking as you have, you will fill in this development because these are, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Mabadi, you will get an opportunity to ask questions of the development team after we get through the continuances. So if you can.
I'm done. Thank you. Yeah, I got you.
And I think Commissioner Johnson, did you have another question?
No, I guess Jeremiah said it really well. He addressed the question about the bike lane. And best practice bike lane. Off-street bike trail is best, which we have woefully few of in Evanston. Second best is bike lane that's separated from the roadway by something hard and immovable, like a Jersey barrier or something like that, or parked cars. And so that's way more preferred than having the bike lane exposed to traffic. So what we have there is the best we can have there at this time.
Okay.
Chair Lindwall, I have one question about the survey. Is this the moment or later? Following up on what Sarah said from that side, or should I wait? Would you prefer I wait? Okay, I'll write it down.
Okay, next speaker is Gul Aga.
Chairman Lindwall, Commissioners, I'm Gul Aga, 1720 Maple Avenue. I'm a professor and a scientist and a member of the Evanston Environment Board. I'll let you read my CV on Wikipedia or somewhere else. I'll go on to the presentation here. My concern here is that this project violates two standards that the city has. It's contrary to city's environmental goals, and it creates potentially hazards for pedestrians and bicyclists. Now, the staff has said that the city's environmental goals are provided or supported by the project. This is a fallacy that comes from thinking density, which is good for the environment, is being equated with high rises. Let me point out Paris has a density of 50,000 residents per square mile, 5 times that of Evanston, and bans high rises. Now, if you look at the next slide, carbon emissions from buildings are twice that from cars and light trucks. Buildings account for 80% of the carbon emissions, greenhouse gases in the city of Evanston, and high rises produce more than twice the carbon emissions compared to the greenhouse gas emissions compared to low rises. On the right is a chart of the Evanston data. It's a very strong linear correlation. This building will be 25% even to the right of it. This is per square foot. So I will go to the next slide. The problem comes in, half of the carbon emissions or greenhouse gases from a building are what's called embodied carbon, half of the life cycle carbon emissions. Concrete is awful, and it accounts for half of it. It takes twice as much greenhouse gases for a 20-story building than a 6-story building. I have submitted very detailed data with citations in a separate presentation. Transit-oriented development does not mitigate this. I have an example of a 1,500 square foot unit. You'd have to drive 46,000 miles. The average in the US is 11,000, average for Illinois is 12,000, Evanston's probably lower. So even a 500 square foot unit in a high rise versus a low rise is going to generate more carbon emissions if the person drove 0. The city staff misunderstands the facts when they assert that the project will support the environmental goals. Now let me move on to the second objection I have, wind tunnels. Winds are dangerous. People have died because of wind. There are many frail and old people. Fountain Square is the beating heart of Evanston. This is where people stand. This is where people socialize. This is where people protest. According to their own chart, the scenario, 20% of the summer days, you may not be able to comfortably sit, stand, or stroll around Fountain Square. That's what they put as a green zone. And then there's the yellow zone, where you can walk, but you can't comfortably, you can walk 4 out of 5 days. So it can be uncomfortable. The standards that they're using are 20% of the time. 1 out of 5 days, you're out of luck. We don't know you can walk. We don't know, forget about standing and strolling. You can't even do that 4 out of 5 days. The wind standards typically, for example, the Lawson criteria for the London development, use a 5% standard. Why do we want a 20% standard where 1 out of 5 days you can stroll and that's satisfactory? For frail individuals, it's not advisable to walk at over 20 miles an hour. We don't see anything about what happens to frail individuals. The wind study should model impact on frail individuals. It should model impact on bicycles. It should model impact on the safety. It's unsafe for frail individuals to be walking if 1 out of 400 some days if you have winds over 34 miles, and we don't have that. If you look at the chart in the winter, there are these red zones. In these red zones, according to their own study, 4 out of 5 times, it'll be uncomfortable in walking. For older people, it might be dangerous. And they do not model what happens to the second floor and the bright horizons where children are playing. We have a shortage of daycare, and this may devastate the play area of the daycare, and there's not enough information. It does not consider the uses of Fountain Square. The Fountain Square is not an area just for strolling. It's an area for sitting. It's an area for protesting. It's an area for gathering. So what's happening to people who want to just stand there or sit there? How comfortable is it? The study does not say. It should be validated for an area like this with the wind tunnel. Downstream effects have to be looked at because of the legacy building coming. So it violates, in summary, the climate goals. It's bad for pedestrians and cyclists with the wind. The wind study is inadequate, and the LUC needs to push back. I end with a quote of the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions? Okay. Yes. No. Okay. Commissioners, questions for this witness?
Yeah, I have a question. I was looking at the other high rises in Evanston to get a sense of this, and I noticed that your address is one of the high rises in
Actually,
Evanston.
I am the president of the condo board. This is how I found out the high rises are bad. I was looking at the energy bill. The city gets this data, which they don't seem to have analyzed. I was looking at the data and trying to figure out why the heck is it so energy inefficient. I moved from a house to this place, and the energy bills are higher here on per square foot basis. And that's when I started to study the issue. I have submitted to the staff, and I will be glad to share with you 2 studies in the open source so they can go into the public record showing this data. I have given the citations. There's a longer presentation just on the environmental issue, which I submitted, which is in the record.
So you determined these environmental issues after you moved in?
Absolutely. It doesn't come with an EPA warning. There is no gold standard. There is nothing when you move in. In fact, the developer, for example, said, because it's a high rise, it should use less energy because people are next to each other. Not true. There's solar gains, there's wind, and it's something that you don't learn about unless you look at the energy bills. Even living there, I didn't know this.
And I think I noticed in your packet, or when I was reading somewhere, that you recommend no higher than 6 stories.
6 would be ideal, but 10, it's proportional because it goes up as the square, the weight ratio is going to go up as the square of the number of stories. And you need stronger concrete, you need to pump up the water much higher, et cetera, et cetera. 6 is ideal, but Paris used to have 7, and then now it's 12. But slow growth. It's not like every 7 would turn into 12 stories. But whatever, 30 stories is too high.
Commissioner Berlin?
Sure, I have 2 questions, and I sincerely hope they don't come off as antagonistic. In sincerity, I'm just curious. One, I need to confirm my facts before I ask, which is, I don't know which building you live in. I believe, though, this building would be standard, would meet all sorts of energy efficiency certifications. Is that correct? So I'm curious to know if the numbers and some of your concerns are addressed through the way this building would be built. And then the other question I have for you, and this is the one I mean, sincerely. It sounds like your focus is on emissions. I think we're at a moment in the country and the world, unfortunately everywhere, where we're being asked to pick among a lot of competing priorities. And so obviously I care, for example, about clean air and carbon. I also care about land, which is another really limited use. And I think another way to frame this building, and I'm not saying this project is perfect by any means, but I think people see different things depending on their priorities. And for me, as someone who feels like we have limited developable land and that we also need to preserve open space, I see the chance to take a relatively small parcel and, who knows where it's going to land, but we can build on it. And that seems like a good use of another very limited natural resources. So I would be curious to hear, A, your thoughts on how the planned energy efficiencies do or do not address your concerns as compared, for example, to your experience in your own building, and B, how you reconcile the land use component of conservation with your carbon concerns.
So,
Thank you.
let me address the 2 points. First of all, let me point out that this project has only 2 out of 9 points in optimizing energy performance in the LEED certification. 2 out of 9. It's got glass, which is it's a steel and concrete structure. It's got glass on the south side where the sun is banging in. They're not using any fancy electrochronic glass, which would reduce the energy use. And the 2 out of 9 score does not even account for the embodied carbon. They're not even trying to use green cement. So they've done nothing. Second, to mitigate either the embodied carbon or the consumption. Second, and it's a serious problem because now we have AI, huge electricity demands, crypto, huge electricity demands, gas is being, power plants are going on, and we have an administration that's hostile. So conservation is the only way. Density, I agree with. What is the density we want in Evanston? We could go 5 times as much if we were willing. We don't have the boulevards. We can't support 5 times as much from the current density, and nobody is talking about that. 10%, 20%. We have a building coming up on Maple. 5 floors, brick cladding, not concrete. Solar panels. We can do solar panels. substantially give you something in a 5-story building. We have all these 7 transit stops, 6-story buildings, 7-story buildings, 5-story buildings with reduced carbon emissions with brick. As you can see, you can see what brick is doing compared to concrete. So we can do brick cladding. We can make them bird friendlier, environmentally friendlier. And we can increase the density by 10%, 20%. It's a 5-story building, perfectly fine. And there's lots of places where you can stack a few more floors. So I'm all for development. I'm all for increasing density. I'm all for transit development. But let the facts speak. The transit development is not going to answer this problem because buildings are so much worse than transportation. So the trade-off can't
That's
do the
helpful
job.
clarification. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to ask another question about the sustainability, and I agree that's a good topic. I'm seeing in the packet that the applicant is committed to achieving LEED Gold, but I'm hearing you say that that's insufficient.
Yes.
What would you, if you had to create another condition, how would you strengthen that requirement?
They should replace the glass with something that protects against the solar gain. They should get that 2 up to 9 for the energy optimization. They should get green cement at least, which would help 20%. So you can get it down 20 or 30%. You're not going to solve the problem of double the carbon emissions, but you can reduce it by at least 20 or 30%. And they have not even made an effort to do that. 2 out of 9 score.
Did you put those recommendations in your presentation?
I haven't, but I can send them in. 2 out of 9 is a very low score for energy optimization. And the LEED certification does not allocate many points. It's not really looking at the embodied carbon. There are cities that have limits on embodied carbon.
Well, then the LEED V5 does have a revamped section on embodied carbon.
There's a very small number of points still. So you can still get the certification, and they have gold, not even platinum. You can still get the certification by having 2 points on that and having almost nothing on the other.
Right. Well, there are prerequisites in each area that do help. I think we should probably stop now, but I am interested later in the evening revisiting this conversation about strengthening the sustainability goals for the project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mangum?
Hi. I just had a quick question about the wind tunnels. Do you know how many floors, or I guess how many floors would you propose, or do you think the building should be that would not cause any wind tunnels?
I think they have to use the right standard, first of all, and they have to do a study. They have to produce the data. And the data should say what the uses are. Fountain Square is where people sit. Fountain Square is people gather to protest. And if you have zones, by their criteria, 1 out of 5 days you can't walk. 1 out of 5 days you cannot stroll in Fountain Square or around Fountain Square. Then it's defeating the purpose of Fountain Square. And look at the standard for sitting, 6 miles per hour. For walking, 18 miles an hour. And the standard, the London can have a standard of less than 5%. Why should we be 20% is fine? If 20% of the time you can't walk, we won't worry about it. If 20% of the time you can't stroll, we won't worry about it. And you cannot sit in Fountain Square, we don't care. So their wind study should answer these questions. They should look to the purposes. There's Bright Horizon right there. Look at their map. Nothing about Bright Horizon. There's a playground on the 2nd floor, no analysis of the playground. No analysis of the wind tunnels on the playground. Where are these children going to play? They need outside fresh air. So it's their job in their proposal to show that they are not destroying the community. They are not destroying the beating heart of Evanston, the gathering place. And they haven't done that.
Can I ask you a question about wind tunnels?
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay. I am not an architect or a developer, but I did ask a local architect with a lot of experience here about what went to look at this and give me their thoughts on wind tunnels. And an architect who I don't necessarily agree with on a lot of stuff, for what that's worth. And that architect told me that the conditions for a wind, and that architect did not love this project, even though I like it. And that architect told me that the conditions are not in place for a wind tunnel of significant magnitude, given it's a tunnel. Like, it requires a number of just putting a tall building in the vicinity of another tall building does not inherently produce a wind tunnel, was my understanding. Like, the relationship between the buildings has to be sufficient. And so I'd be curious to hear your understanding of why, because this is a person I don't always agree with, and they were like, yeah, I wouldn't, but.
So look at this map itself. So the red zone is the zone where, according to their standards, it's uncomfortable to walk. This is after their building goes up. And this is not taking into account downstream effects on legacy. I don't know how far and how thoroughly they've modeled how the wind is coming in. They're using data from O'Hare. We know winds are stronger closer to the coast. It's red. This says that even 4 out of 5 days, you may not be able to comfortably walk. This is for a normal person, not a child.
Where are you getting the 4 out of 5 days number?
80%. They've used an 80% criteria on this chart. Sitting, standing, strolling, walking, uncomfortable.
I see 20%. I don't see 80%.
So at least 20% of the summer days, that means you can't walk. They're giving an 80%. You don't know what happens the other 20% of the time. They don't say. And they haven't used the 95% criteria. Why should we accept a 20% criteria? And for safety and hazards, we want it to be 0.022%, 1 in 400 days. That's the standard London used. Why should Evanston have a lower standard? Yeah. And that's a hazard. There's a hazard for bicycles. It's a hazard for frail people. It's a hazard for children. And we need the data. We need a study that says it's going to be safe for them.
I mean, the one thing I would say about Brighton Horizons is I think if they have concerns, they should
They were
come
not
here.
even informed. They were not even aware, it turns out. Somebody checked with them, and the manager said, what? I know nothing about it.
Yeah. Well, now that they know, they can. It would be great if they sent us a letter if they have
They
concerns.
should, yeah.
It would.
All right, thank you. Sure, I didn't think you wanted to, but yes. All right.
Again, Kerry Dixon with Vermilion Development. I want to point out a couple of things. Can we move to the slide that was up a second ago with winds in Fountain Square? And I'd also like to say that our WDI, our wind consultant, came in from Canada to talk to you all tonight, so I'm happy that he has some things to say. This is the wind analysis. I will tell you what I know. This is the wind analysis after our building is built for Fountain Square. What's not shown on this is the existing conditions, Fountain Square, before our building's built. And when you look at the two side by side, they're basically identical. This is the wind conditions
I
that
disagree,
exist
but-
in Fountain Square right now.
Oh, no. Sorry, this was me.
Yeah, it's in your packet. So
yeah.
I would encourage you to look at I do not. Look at the current conditions and the proposed conditions. We
And-
studied around the
And
building.
compare the red areas and the yellow areas, how
Okay.
they expand, and the green areas.
We did it for Fountain Square because we knew the importance of Fountain Square to Evanston, and we wanted to really make sure that we were evaluating that area. There's also additional images around the building, Chicago Avenue, the Bright Horizons Plaza. If you look at the before and after of the Bright Horizons Plaza, it actually gets better. There's a lot of wind in that plaza right now, and it actually gets better with our building being built and taking the wind off of the Park Evanston and putting it in a different place in downtown. So is it acceptable that our consultant from our WDI kind of
Do you have a
clarifies some
question?
of these issues?
Yeah.
I did. Is
Yeah.
it acceptable that our consultant?
Of course it is.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah, that's not up to me.
although, do we want to hear that now? Or? I'm sorry, I didn't now or
I was
during-
going to wait. but
I think we can.
You
we
went
can-
so deep into it, I thought it was best that it's kind of side by side. But we can do it either way.
Would you like to hear about wind now?
Can I
or
just chime
later?
in? Brian George, Corporation Counsel. I think this time is
Better
for
for-
cross-examination and asking questions,
Okay.
not a full-on presentation,
then-
which would
then
be
I
more
think we'll-
appropriate
we'll
towards.
wait.
We'll wait? Okay.
I guess I have no questions.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker is Julia Forgash.
Thank you. My name is Julia Forgash. I am a resident of 1580 Sherman Avenue. Thank you for holding this hearing. The Downtown Evanston Residents Association created a petition calling for the size of this proposed development to be reduced. 103 residents of downtown Evanston signed this petition. You have this petition in front of you, along with every single one of the 103 signatures from downtown residents. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm going to be talking about traffic, mostly on Chicago Avenue and Davis Street. When I was preparing for this presentation, the traffic information submitted by the developer in their packet was not very helpful to me, because some of the data initially was collected on November 7th, which led to some high-level conclusions, but then a detailed traffic study was requested of them. But the data presented in that detailed study was collected on a different day, February 17th of this year, which was actually a holiday, President's Day. So there was no school, people were out of town, a lot of people didn't go to work that day. It's also on record as one of the coldest days of the year. So overall, fewer people than normal were out in Evanston on that particular day. I'm going to talk to you about traffic from my own experience living and patronizing businesses in downtown Evanston. Before I start, I want to point out that one of the standards that the LUC must adhere to is that the development does not cause undue traffic congestion. Another standard is that the development must adhere to the downtown plan. Not only does this proposal violate multiple restrictions in our current zoning laws, it violates many of the principles in the downtown plan. But again, I'm going to focus on traffic. Any conversation about the impact from 605 Davis must factor in the legacy apartment building that has already been approved, and it will be constructed directly opposite on Chicago Avenue. These two buildings combined will have 551 units, I hope that's correct, which we can equate to approximately 800 new residents, all near the intersection of Chicago and Davis. The Zoom is a little bit in the way there of a couple of my points, but this is a map of the area. You can see the legacy on Chicago Avenue near Davis Street and the proposed 605 Davis building on Davis Street just west of Chicago Avenue. Chicago Avenue is a two-way street running north and south. Church Street to the north is a one-way street going east, and Davis Street to the south is a one-way street going west. These are all two-lane roads. Chicago Avenue is already the third most heavily trafficked north-south street in all of Evanston. It is the only through street that connects three of our business districts, downtown, Dempster Street, and Main Street. It is also the only north-south through street that trucks are allowed to drive on. Why is this not working? Am I low on battery? I need to be closer. Oh, thank you. Any vehicle driving to either the Legacy Building or to 605 Davis must drive on Chicago Avenue or Davis at some point. That's how you get there. This is a chart that I took from the developer's packet. There is a measure of traffic flow called level of service. The Transportation Research Board created this, and it rates traffic congestion with letters A through F. An A rating means that traffic is flowing freely. The developer's traffic study concluded that southbound Chicago Avenue between Church and Davis is a rating of C during peak morning and evening times. The rating of C means speeds and maneuverability are somewhat restricted. The lowest rating, F, means stop-and-go conditions and heavy congestion. The next few slides show you what our reality actually is. I took this picture from the crosswalk at Chicago and Church, right in front of Whole Foods. That is traffic southbound lined up to reach the intersection at Chicago and Davis. This is Friday, August 15th at 4:44 p.m. Same thing, different day. Tuesday, August 19th, 5:33 p.m. And this is the middle of the day on Wednesday, August 20th, 11:48 p.m. I could take a picture of this every single day because that's how often it happens. I just don't have that much time in my presentation. I would actually rate this an F for congestion. For heavily congested, I would not give this a rating of C. And this is what is happening right now before we have the legacy and before we even consider the construction of 605 Davis Street. One of the reasons that traffic approaching this intersection is so heavy is because cars have to wait for pedestrians to cross Davis in order to turn on Davis. With 800 more people living in this intersection, there will be more people walking, which means more cars waiting. Please keep in mind that these pictures do not factor in rain or snow or an event in Fountain Square. This is a list of additional vehicles that will need access to Chicago Avenue and Davis Street as a result of adding 800 new residents to that intersection. The asterisks mean that there is loading or unloading taking place, and they need to spend multiple minutes and often hours in the loading bay.
Can you wrap up quick soon?
I'm going to try, really. If residents have cars in the building, they're going to use them. Between Legacy and 605 Davis, 128 people will have cars on site. That is a lot of in and out. But also, if the bulk of the people in the 605 Davis building don't have cars, they're going to be summoning ride shares. Amazon, FedEx, UPS, Postal Service, all need access to these buildings. Sherman Plaza, which has 200 fewer units than this building, received an average of 2,448 packages every month in 2024. That is a lot of trucks and long unloading times. Food delivery, not just food delivered for dinner, people have their groceries delivered too. Those vehicles need to access these buildings. Moving trucks. At Sherman Plaza, 41% of their units turned over in 2024. Each of those units had a move-in truck and a move-out truck. 41% of 441 units at 605 Davis means one move will take place every single day. And of course, there is waste and recycling and service and maintenance vehicles for all those units, plus maintaining the common areas. Here's what makes things worse. The loading zone on Davis Street, as you've discussed, is big enough for 2 cars or for 1 truck. Sherman Plaza and Optima Towers have bigger loading zones for hundreds less units. These loading zones are always full because cars that are not meant for these buildings are persistently parking in loading zones. The developer claims that the door staff will monitor for illegally parked cars. That is not realistic in the job description of a door staff person.
You about done?
This is my last one. If the loading bays are full or the alley is congested, trucks for 605 Davis will have to wait. They will wait on Church Street, or maybe they'll wait on Davis if they decide to ignore the one-way in and the one-way out and instead decide to enter the alley from Davis. Or they might wait in the alley. In any situation, all of this will block traffic. Downtown, as you can see from my pictures, is already plagued with heavy traffic, illegally parked cars, and double-parked cars. That is just a reality. My conclusion is that the standard to not cause undue traffic congestion is not met in this situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant, have any questions for this? Okay. Commissioners, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next person on my list was Jenny Washburn, although I understand she had an emergency and will not be speaking tonight. So next up is Paul Breslin.
I did consult an expert, but he cannot be here and is averse to public speaking. I have a short statement from Alf McConnell, who I think you know by now has been developing affordable housing for 30 years and has won 2 national recognitions for his excellent projects. I would like to read his statement and have it not count to my 5 minutes. Give me a little extra time. I'll try to wrap up. This is what he said. Vermilion Development is requesting zoning variances for their 605 Davis Street development. As proposed by Vermilion, this proposed development would have 447 apartments, of which 89 would be affordable. I guess that's the old version. If Vermilion Development's requested zoning variances are approved, this development would receive $40 to $50 million in real estate tax abatements that would effectively need to be paid for by Evanston residents. This real estate tax abatement plus tax credits plus FHLB funding and other sources of funds equals between $500,000 to $1 million per affordable unit. Construction costs might be around $200,000 per unit. If Vermilion thinks any of these numbers are incorrect, he asks that you provide corrections, and he concludes that until Vermilion Development first agrees to reject this huge real estate tax abatement, City Council, or the LUC, should reject consideration of any zoning variances of any kind for 605 Davis Street. I would add that the conclusion, I'm now speaking for myself, that I draw is that $40 to $50 million would be better to get a developer to develop at market rate and sequester that money and build affordable housing directly instead of shoehorning it into high-rise luxury buildings. So the rest of what I'm presenting is about the connection between affordable housing and this proposal, which has been heavily featured in the support for it that it has received. So I think there's a better way to do affordable housing, and I spoke at great length the last time I addressed this body. So you may remember what I said, and I will take it to council when the time comes. I have been in touch with Dominic Voss, who is working in favor of a lot of building, and I asked him, what statistics are you using that support the idea that building a lot of housing, any housing, will trickle down and will reduce the costs? And he said to read the Pew report that came out a month ago. And the big item in the Pew report is this: wherever housing stock has been increased by 10% or more, the rate of rent increase dropped by 5% from 2017 to 2024, a 7-year span. Well, that sounds great until you realize that they're not talking about a 5% reduction of rent. They're talking about a 5% reduction of the increase of rent that takes 7 years to accomplish. So I did a little math. I looked up the average rent increase in Evanston in 2024, 3.3%. So if we could magically add 10% to the housing stock this instant, by 2032, you'd be paying only an increase of 3.135% instead of 3.3%. So the reduction of the rent increase over the next 7 years would be 0.165%, less than 1/6 of 1%, assuming that this was constant. So this is not a victory for affordable housing. This is trivial, frankly, if that's the best argument you can make. I also want to talk a little bit about variance shopping and the strategy of attrition practiced by developers in Evanston as a result of the fact that we don't like the zoning that we have, but we haven't changed it yet. So the routine theater that we go through for years is variance shopping and the attempt to get opponents to just give up and shut up. We went through this with HRG's legacy building for 7 years. They started out in late 2017 asking for 25 stories in an area that the plan for downtown said should have 6 to 10 stories, 54 units, and 105 feet of height. And it took 7 years to argue them down to the proposal that finally passed the Land Use Commission late last year, which was for 12 stories. They're now considering 1. This is an enormous waste of your time and my time and the city staff's time and the developer's time. We need to be clear about what we will and will not move forward. If we do that, and they give us what we want, we put it through promptly. But this variance shopping strategy is ridiculous. A variance should be a modest variation from the norm. 15% above a limit is a variance. 200% and 300% more is not a variance, it's a transformation into something utterly different. Last point, I think, is something that Larry Gavin said in a December 19th, 2024 article for the Roundtable. And he said that in the study that was conducted, what you really want is 3-bedroom units. That's where the most acute need is for families raising children. But these affordable units are mostly, they're studios and 1-bedrooms. You can't use that. That's 75% of what's in there. The other 25% is mostly 2 bedrooms and a few 3 bedrooms. So it isn't addressing the need where it's greatest. Please allow me a couple, like 30 more seconds, as you've done for other speakers. So he says that 80% of the housing stock that has 3 bedrooms or more is in detached single-family houses. And if we upzone residential so that those can be converted into multi-unit buildings, those will probably be smaller apartments. So we may be losing housing stock that is most needed to address affordable housing. And basically my strategy is, it's basic planning 101 that before you start making recommendations, you look at what you've got. How many vacant units have we got? Where are they? Could they be repurposed as affordable housing if subsidized? Then how much of a shortfall would we have once we've done that? And then we talk about new construction. But this plan just leapt into it without doing any of that. And that was negligent. And we're still living with the negligence of that plan. Thank you for listening.
Okay, the applicant has nothing? Anything from the commissioners? Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Marita McLaughlin.
Good evening. I live at 1862 Sherman Avenue, downtown Evanston. I have 28 years of Evanston living experience, and I've witnessed the many residential and commercial changes throughout the city. My downtown residence is the 4th Evanston neighborhood I have lived in. My initial opposition to the 605 Davis Street proposal is based on Pillar 3 of the Envision Evanston 2045 plan, which prioritizes environmental sustainability by claiming to protect and preserve the natural environment by implementing comprehensive climate action strategies that prioritize sustainability, reduce carbon emissions, and promote the conservation of ecosystems and biodiversity. Thanks to the expert research of downtown resident Gul Aga, who you heard already tonight, the Land Use Commission has been given evidence illustrating how the 607 Street proposed building does not meet the environmental vision of Evanston. I commend this research and urge the Land Use Commission to thoroughly review that research to understand the environmental impact the proposed building will have. While it is clear to me that the downtown district needs commercial revitalization, I have not heard or read any significant evidence that residents of a 31-story building will secure that revitalization as promoted by the developer on July 23rd at this LUC meeting. As a downtown resident, I am looking for assurances that retail space will be occupied by steady businesses. The Tapestry Station on Main Street is already an example of a year-long empty storefront of a rental building. The Sherman Plaza apartment building now has the empty former Gearhead store. The 1560 Sherman Optimum building also had empty storefronts for an unduly amount of time until recently. The former Giordano's at the corner of Davis and Chicago Avenue has been empty since January 2024. These existing illustrations demonstrate that we cannot rely on developers increasing urban density to the extreme as a means of meeting the economic needs of our city. The Talia Boutique around the corner from 605 Davis is reportedly moving to Wilmette because of congested traffic and poor parking. I believe city management, not developers, need to provide the answers and assurances for addressing added traffic congestion along Chicago Avenue between Davis and Church Streets, which already includes the congestion of the Marion, the Park Place, Whole Foods, and the already approved 12-story Legacy building. Unfortunately, I do not have any confidence that the proposed 605 Davis Street building will serve the best quality of living in downtown Evanston. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Nothing from the applicant? Any questions from commissioners? Okay, the final speaker would be Betty Sevenfold. No? All right. In that case, that concludes the speakers who were granted continuances. And I think right now what I'd like to do is we're going to take a break before the applicant makes his presentation. The only question is I wanted to give the commissioners an opportunity to also ask questions. We can do that after the break, if you'd like. Okay, so a 10-minute break, I think at this point. Okay, can we go back on the record? First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that it's very warm in this room, and the building maintenance people are working on trying to lower the temperature, so hopefully it'll be a little cooler soon. Where we are right now is before we get into the applicant's closing statement, I want to know if any of the commissioners, particularly the ones who were not present on July 23rd, have questions for the applicant that they'd like to raise at this point? Okay. Commissioner Mabadi, do you have anything or no?
I'm holding my comments for when we all chat. I'm good.
Okay, all right, thank you. All
Thanks.
right.
Yep, thank you.
All right, I guess we're ready for the applicant's closing statement. And hopefully you can keep this roughly 20 minutes so we can get into deliberations.
It's counting up, okay. Kerry Dixon from Vermillion Development again. I just want to kind of point out to you the consultants that we have with us here tonight. Sarah from TY Lin has already come up and spoke. They're our parking consultant. KLOA has a representative here. They did our traffic report. There's somebody from Graystar here who is our management consultant, our management operations portion of the building, able to talk about package deliveries, move-ins, move-outs, the loading area in front of the building. SCB, our architect, is obviously here if there are questions about the design of the building. Kettle Camp, our landscape architect, is here. JLL is here via the Zoom link, and they are our market study consultant. And then RWDI is our wind consultant, and and they're here today too. And I just want to encourage the commission to, ask questions where you have questions of our consultants. I think they've done an excellent job of studying this proposal, putting out the facts, analyzing the facts. They all have strong well, many of them have strong ties to Evanston and really understand Evanston and the way it works. And they're really knowledgeable about kind of the nuances of buildings in Evanston. So just wanted to kind of point that out, that they're here and they're available to you. The other thing, I want to talk about a couple of the things that were talked about in terms of some of the comments before. And there's a lot of discussion about the alley. I've spent a lot of time in that alley. We spent a lot of time studying that alley. The interesting thing about that alley is that it's probably the best alley in downtown Evanston. It's 20 feet wide. Your typical alley in Evanston, like the alley east of Chicago Avenue, the alley south of Davis Street, are 16-foot wide alleys. They've got dumpsters, trash dumpsters sitting in them. It's hard to actually drive a car down those alleys. This alley is perfectly unobstructed. All the loading areas are inside the buildings themselves. Our building will be that way too. There's actually two-way traffic that can happen in that alley. So if there is a truck or whatever parked in the alley on one side of the alley, a car can still get through. I realize that things happen and there were pictures taken, but this is a great alley. We also, to talk about Bright Horizons and kind of the use of their alley, we went out last week and gathered more data because we knew that this was a topic and this was something that was concerning to the residents. And we calculated the ins and outs of that alley. We also received data from Orrington Plaza in terms of how much that parking lot gets used and how it contributes to the use of the alley. And what that data confirmed is that the data that's in our overall report from KLOA is actually factual. So we kind of double confirmed the counts in the alley. We did counts on both sides as well as in the parking area. The parking lot there is used for people that are visiting the businesses like Art Plus Science and those types of things. It's also used for the daycare drop-off. There are approximately 35 cars that between 8 and 9 o'clock drop off their kids, and then between 4 and 5 o'clock pick up their kids at the daycare center. It's like a car every 2 minutes going in and out of there. So, we've studied that. We thought it was important, and that is what we've been doing throughout this entire process, is gathering the right data so that we can give it to you so that you can, make an informed decision about this proposal. And like I said, I just would like you to utilize our consultants and their expertise where you have questions.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chris Dillian. I'm with Campbell Coyle. We are a co-developer with Vermillion Development. Chair, commissioners, members of the community, and our neighbors, appreciate everybody's time tonight. We're all in the hot seat tonight, too, it feels like. So, as we close the discussion, I'd like to return the dialogue, and as we transition to Q&A, to the essential question at hand. And does this project meet the standards for plan development and merit your recommendation for approval? The staff report in your packet shows clearly that the answer is yes. And I'd like to highlight 3 key reasons why. First, alignment with standards and policy. The proposal advances the goals of the comprehensive plan, the downtown plan, and the city's climate action plan, climate action and resilience plan. In terms of use and compatibility, we're proposing a mixed-use, transit-oriented development in the literal downtown core. It is precisely what the D3 district was created to encourage and promote. In terms of design and scale, the tower's carefully sculpted setbacks, the preservation of the landmark university building, and an active ground floor strengthen the pedestrian experience and the urban fabric on both Davis Street and the surrounding area. And lastly, in terms of traffic and circulation, our independent analysis, and I would also add unprecedented study of actual usage, parking utilization in a number of buildings around the downtown area, continue to show that the intersections in the vicinity will function at acceptable levels, and that the removal of an old bank drive-through 85 feet of curb cuts, 85 feet of curb cuts in the middle of the downtown area will, again, improve pedestrian safety. Number two, staff has obviously endorsed the proposal, and I also want to highlight some of the community benefits. Staff carefully reviewed each of the requested allowances, density, FAR, height, setbacks, parking, and they recommended approval in every case, citing context, design, and public benefit. And those benefits are substantial. Commissioner, you cited something that really resonated with me. There are trade-offs in development, and we can't have everything, but we can try to do something that serves the values of the Evanston community. And so in this case, we've prioritized housing access with 86 affordable homes, nearly triple the requirement for the project, and one that sets a new benchmark for downtown Evanston. It doubles the number of IHO units in this community since the program's inception. We can talk more about sustainability, and I would love to do that. In this case, we are proposing an all-electric building that delivers on the city's ambitious climate goals. We supported the ordinance long before it was passed by City Council. This project, to my knowledge, would be one of the first, if not the first, project of this scale to be all electric in the city of, in the broader region, in the Chicagoland area. While other cities are deferring their goals and postponing their ambitions to 2050 and beyond, Evanston has leaned into its climate leadership. We support that. And this is an opportunity, again, to lean into those trade-offs and prioritize both housing as well as an all-electric building. And that is our main gesture towards those sustainability goals. Lastly, in terms of community benefits, thinking about the public realm, we've talked about the enhancements to Davis Street. We've talked about contributions for alley reconstruction, new trees, streetscape, public art, funding for citywide alley repair, among others. And the last point I want to make is about transformational impact. This project will not solve all issues, and we certainly appreciate some of the challenges that the residents have cited in the vicinity of the downtown area. But in this case, we're talking about a site that has been effectively in the same condition for the last 50 or more years. It truly is a scar in the middle of the downtown area. We exposed foundations. It's an inappropriate use in place in the literal core of the city. And so with your approval, and ultimately with council's approval, it finally becomes a catalyst. 600 or more new residents, steps away from transit, strengthening retail and restaurants. We heard the critique about the vacant retail. The antidote for vacant retail is more boots on the ground. It's more people. A 127-fold increase in property tax revenues benefiting the city and schools, and a design that respects its landmark neighbor while contributing to a dynamic, livable downtown. I also want to note, as Sarah highlighted, this project draws on significant investments that the city has made in public infrastructure that is largely underutilized right now with the parking structures and leveraging existing parking. So when we think about congestion, I would encourage you to visualize those parking structures that once had much higher levels of parking utilization, certainly pre-COVID, when all the office workers were in the vicinity parking downtown. The infrastructure is in place to support the additional density in question here. The last piece, and this is just, I think, a fair acknowledgement. Many of the objections raised tonight come from residents who themselves live in similarly scaled buildings in the downtown area. It's ironic, but it points to the heart of the matter. Downtown Evanston cannot be preserved for only those who are already here. We need to make room for everyone. That's why we're focusing on affordability. We're focusing on access across different incomes, ages, and backgrounds. And so if we're serious about being an inclusive, sustainable, and thriving city, 605 Davis contributes to that vision. So, commissioners, again, staff has found that the standards are met. The project is consistent with our plans and policies and values. It delivers on affordability, sustainability, preservation, and economic vitality at a scale that truly belongs in the absolute heart of downtown Evanston. So on behalf of the development team, we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval. So with that, we will turn it over to the chair.
I'm sorry. I guess, thank you. You said you had your wind consultant present? And since he's here, I would think we should hear from him.
Yep, my name is Han Chin Wu, and I'm working for RWDI. It's a company in Guelph, just outside of Toronto.
Okay.
I've been there 27 years, and I'm a partner in that company. So if you have any questions about the wind, then I'm here.
Well, I guess the couple of them, I mean, I had a question at the first hearing, which was, you know, I've walked down Chicago Avenue, and there, you know, in the current situation, if it's windy, it can be really, you know, I've almost been blown over, and I'm not that small a person. And then I guess the wind, the impact of the wind on the daycare center. And the basic question is this building going to make things better or worse?
Very, very good question, because you asked if the buildings make the condition better or worse. That's what we did, because I was sitting in the back and then watch your screen. You always show two pictures side by side. So when you compare existing and the future condition, you will see from that. Not like the professor only show one picture and then say, your building caused that problem. That's not true, because some of the problems exist in there. So from our result, if you look at the conditions side by side, you can see the new building will not cause any problem in Fountain Square or the places far away from the building. It will improve the condition. Yeah, it will improve the condition a little bit on the west side of the tower, but increase the speed a little bit on the east and the south side. Okay. East and the south side conditions are not too bad right now, because it's mainly for sidewalks. And then so increase the speed is still suitable for sidewalks.
Okay. So it would be a little worse walking down Chicago Avenue.
The speed will be a little bit higher, but it's still acceptable.
Okay. So I'll blow over.
Still good. But our building has no impact on Fountain Square for sure. If you look at my report and then look at the conditions side by side, you're going to see it.
Can I ask two questions? And I apologize. At first, I had a hard time hearing you, so I may have missed this. But one is, do you all have this side by side as a slide? Because okay, great. And then if I heard you correctly, it sounds like you said that the speed might be a little worse on Chicago Ave, but not the scale. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What does that mean? The scale of wind?
Now, if you look at our criterion, there are different levels. The lowest wind speed is comfortable for sitting.
Yep.
And if you go a little bit higher, will be standing, strolling, and walking. The current condition in around Chicago and Davis is sitting or standing most of the time. And as you point out, it's 4 out of 5 days not.
Yeah.
4 days out of 5 good.
On average,
not 4 bad. So after we build the building on Chicago Street, the speed will be a little bit higher. If you look at the color, is maybe you can go to the previous page and go further, go up. You're going down. Oh, no, sorry. Other way around. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is a summer condition. On the left side is existing condition, and then right side is future condition. That's in the summer. Our summer goes from May to October. That's basically the kind of outdoor season here. People spend a lot of time outdoor. You can see on the left side, around the alleyway, is yellow. So that's only comfortable for walking. And then in the future, it's still yellow, so still comfortable for walking in the summer. And then on our side, you can see basically they are blue, so it's a sitting or standing. In the future, it's still sitting, standing, except there are a few places around Chicago or Davis, it becomes green. So that's comfortable for strolling. Conditions comfortable for strolling and walking, still okay for sidewalks, as long as you don't put like an outdoor cafe or something there. The speed will be a little bit higher, but it's still okay. Yeah. So that's basically our conclusion when you look at the side by side.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, the professor, he's not here, but why he only presented one, not because the comparison is a.
But you didn't go further north on the block, because where
because typically we only study the area right around the site.
Okay.
For area further away, we know it's not going to change. Like if you look at this picture, that's to the east of the site. Most of winds in this area is coming from the west side. So by common sense, you know, the building downwind will not affect the
unless it
condition
comes
there.
down the lake, which happens
That's
very
right.
frequently here.
That's right. So you can see when you put them side by side that the conditions are about the same.
Okay.
And also, there was another criterion, the professor, I forgot, I didn't get his name, but let's just call him professor. He keep mentioning TV laws and criterion. And they use different probability and a different speed. In the wind comfort, when you talk about the speed, you have to say how often it happens. So you have to say the speed together with the probability. You cannot just mention one number, say, oh, your number is higher than mine, because we use different probability. If you, like TV Lawson used, Tom Lawson, he used a criterion for 5%, RWDI 20%. If you check City of Boston criterion, their website will tell you they use 1%, and the City of San Francisco use 10%, but they all have different wind speed. At the end, they are the same. The reason I'm very comfortable to say they are the same is I know Tom Lawson in person. Before he passed away, he sold his company to mine, or to RWDI. So now our London office was a Lawson's company, and then they use Lawson's criterion for London project, for UK or for Europe project. We use RWDI, and we compared the criterion many times, and then those two criterion basically give the same scale, same level, same color there. Although we use different speed, we use different probability, but at the end they are the same.
So just to say back to you what I'm hearing to make sure I understand it correctly. You're saying that this is a calculation, not an isolated variable. So while the presenter, the professor, used the 20% versus 5% or 1% in Boston or 10% in the Bay Area, the 20% in and of itself is not a complete story because you have to times it by this other you have to relate it to this other variable, which is the speed. Yep. And then you look at the total calculation. So then to follow up on that question, is the total calculation that you all have come up with for this project, which is a calculation that keeps us grounding in how much wind is a risk in this area, right? Mm-hmm. Is that calculation comparable to large TOD developments going into a city like Boston, into a city like, the Bay Area obviously has microclimates, it's different, but let's say Boston. or other comparable cities?
Yeah, I published papers before, and then also there are other authors published paper. They look at different criterions by different city or by different professors. There are maybe 15 or 20 different criterions. But if you have the wind speed and the probability as x and the y axis, and you draw them together, and then they follow very nicely the same curve. So basically, it's the same. Like people just say, if I only use 1%, the people will misunderstand and say, oh, only 1% is bad, so 99% is okay.
Yeah, I understand that.
So other people, yeah, likes to use 20%, so people, yeah, this is bad because there are 1 out of 5 days you have a problem. So we like 80% criterion because actually, I don't know if you know that for indoor air quality or something, they use 80%. They say that that's a kind of a line. People will say that probability is high enough to alert people. If you only say 1% or 5%, the people say, yeah, 95% is still okay, but that's not the case. It's just, you have to use 2 numbers, probability and then speed, to describe the windiness. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for, okay, Commissioner Johnson?
So I understand that you're saying that this building will have some adverse impacts on the wind speed, but those adverse impacts will not be large. If this building was redesigned to comply with our city's setback requirements, would the adverse impacts for wind speed be even less?
Good question. You have, in general, yes, more setbacks will be better. But in this case,
what about height? Would
yeah, and the
lower
lower
height-
building will be higher, will be better. That's for sure, in general. But in this case, in this area, most of winds are coming from the north and then west. You get a lot of high-rise there already. And then the setback, I understand, will be on the south side of the building. Setback on the south side of the building for sure is good for the southerly wind. But in this area, if the winds are coming from the south, typically the speeds are low and the temperature is high. You may like those southerly winds sometime. So I would say you're right. More setback, lower building will generate, in general, better conditions, but the difference will be very small unless, like if you cut the building to half or something, that would be, you will see the difference there. But to take out the 2 or 3 stories, probably you won't see much difference.
In your professional opinion, which is more impactful in minimizing adverse wind impacts? Is it lowering the building height or maintaining the building height and complying with the setbacks?
The most important factor for wind on the floor. Okay, sorry. The most important factor for wind problem on the ground level is the exposure of the building. It's the relative height of your building to your surrounding. If you go above your surrounding, of course, you have a portion exposed to the building. Then you have a problem. If you are lower than your surroundings, you are not exposed, then the height becomes less important. So it's most important one is exposure. Depends on which direction you look at it, and then depends on what winds are coming from and what's the surrounding there. You have to look at it together. When we do wind study, we look at the 36 directions every 10 degrees. And then combine them together to do that calculation with the wind speed and then probability. So it's very hard to say, like a one factor there.
Right.
No, I just want you to clarify the question about setbacks. So we have setbacks on the north side of the building. We have the
you have
university
north side.
building on the east, and we have setbacks. So
I actually missed one thing is the university building actually works like a podium for the tower.
Okay.
So if the east winds are coming from the east, they hit the building, actually will be landed on the university on the roof of the university. So that building itself is a podium. And then there are a lot of setbacks, yeah, you're right, on both north side and then the south side. Those are good features. And then I think the most important feature here to save this project or to make the conditions so good on the ground is surroundings. You already get a few high rises to the north and then to the west already. So that the wind coming from those directions already conditioned already.
Right.
So they are not super strong except a few gaps between buildings.
Right.
But that's far away from the site.
But in a general sense, mitigating, what is more impactful in mitigating adverse wind impacts, height or setbacks? Are you saying it depends?
It depends, yeah. And of course, height is more important if you want to say it. But it depends on the situation. Like you have to look at the surrounding information and then also the shape of the building. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I understand I'm asking you generalization questions and you haven't done the models on a redesign, but I appreciate your expertise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the development team, I think, at this point? Does the development team have anything more they want to say, or are you set? All right, well, I have one question for the development team. In our packet, there are a list of, I think, 21 proposed conditions for this project. Have you reviewed those, and are they acceptable? Okay, the applicant indicated that yes, they are acceptable. So with that, I will.
Sorry, were we going to speak more to the sustainability piece of the
Would you
building?
like to?
I think so.
Okay,
Right.
well then, do you have, is that for our discussion, or do you have
I think questions for the developer.
Okay.
As we heard from speakers about the standards of the building and, you know, what places that it could be increased in green cement and maybe a change in glass. Have you looked into that? What are the details around that?
Yeah, Devin, I'd invite you up. I would just say a couple things just to kind of start. The LEED checklist is sort of an initial pass. We are always looking at opportunities to incorporate fly ash into concrete and to enhance or to reduce the carbon footprint of concrete, for example. The professor also cited some other measures, such as there being too much glass on that south facade.
Devin Patterson from SCB. We're the architects of the project, 330 North Wabash in Chicago, Illinois is our address. And when you look at the building, it is not a completely glass building. It's about 50% glass and 50% metal panel. And then there's also a section of that glass that's called spandrel glass, which is insulated glass. It looks like glass from the outside, but it's insulated on the inside. And so it's providing the insulation values to help to reduce the power consumption of the building, which is what the professor was concerned that we were doing an all-glass building that was going to overheat. And we also use low-E coatings on the facades to reduce the amount of heat gain on the facades. We also have a mechanical system that will balance heat gains on the south side and put them on the north side of the building. So there's going to be energy trapped in the building that's going to be circulated through the building to help to reduce its energy consumption. So we are working very hard to provide a very sustainable residential high-rise and basically working within the standards of the city of Evanston to do that.
A couple other things I would just add. I think that the analysis doesn't necessarily recognize two key factors, and one is the Illinois Energy Stretch Code is considerably more ambitious and aggressive than any existing building in Evanston right now. And so this will obviously be built to that standard. And so while I think we can make generalizations about building heights and how they correlate to sustainability, As we incorporate deeper green technology, better quality exterior envelopes, and meet the more aggressive standards, we are able to outperform older buildings, right? Correct. And so the other thing I would just point out, and by the way, I used to be the chair of Illinois Green, so I'm very passionate about sustainability as a developer. Carrie and I are, and my other colleagues here from Vermilion, are probably one of the only real estate developers in the region that are actively building net zero projects. We're working on our second net zero project at the same university where the professor is, I believe, currently affiliated or formerly affiliated with. In fact, I'm not sure if he's affiliated with the Granger College of Engineering, but we delivered a net zero building called the Campus Instructional Facility in 2022. It's the second net zero building on that campus. And so we have a ton of expertise delivering truly deep green projects. Well, I would love to enhance the facade of this building and take this thing to the next level and pursue the most ambitious standards imaginable. Those things also cost a lot of money. And so our higher education portfolio is being developed at a much higher price per square foot. Why is that not achievable in this context? Because that would translate to rents that would be astronomical. They wouldn't be supported by the market. And so we are challenging ourselves to figure out the Healthy Buildings Ordinance and to deliver, again, what I believe would be the only project of this scale that's all electric in the Chicagoland area and quite possibly in the region. And so we're pushing ourselves, we're embracing that. We were out front saying 605 Davis will be all electric. We support the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, and we're leaning into that. That alone is an aggressive move from a sustainability perspective. I do believe we can push to enhance our LEED score. What was included in the package was kind of a first pass that we would typically do. We will look at all options to enhance that, but ultimately our sustainability leadership here is going to be focused on being the first all-electric building of its size and scale in the area. And I would also just add, we've done, to my knowledge, the only other two all-electric private sector development projects in Evanston right now, the Varsity Theater multifamily component and Lodge Evanston. So we're already walking the walk here in town, and we want to continue that. So this is something near and dear to my heart. We're going to push it as far as we can within what's reasonably achievable from a cost perspective. And the costs are really complicated right now. It's a very challenging cost environment. Everybody hears about tariffs. This is not an easy project to get done in this environment.
Thank you. Commissioner Emanuel?
Hello. If you were unable to use the floor area ratio of the adjoining property, what impact would that have on your project?
Yeah, it would effectively increase the FAR. I think the unintended consequence is that the university building could be substantially modified in the future. There could be an addition put on. It's obviously a local landmark. It would have to go through that process, but it could be substantially modified. Part of our strategy here, our partner is the family that has owned that building for generations. It is a beloved building to them, and this is a preservation strategy to basically ensure that that building is around for generations to come.
Okay, anyone else? Commissioner Johnson.
I noticed that in the conditions, one of the recommendations from KLOA was put in there to have the development team pay for crosswalk improvements. And so you said that you're amenable to that. I noticed also, I think it was in the KLOA document, that they recommended one of those information kiosks for transit, like the train arrivals. Is there anybody here from KLOA? No. They recommended that you have a transit information board kiosk. It said in the management office of the building, which I didn't think was very useful to be in the management office.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That was probably mischaracterized. I mean, what we've done on other projects is we've put that in a prominent location in the lobby so that as people are coming downstairs, I mean, obviously this day and age with the app, you know, you can see when the next train's leaving, but we're happy to look at, you know, a solution where we could have it prominently displayed in the lobby, and maybe it becomes kind of a feature that we're big on opportunities where we can let the values of the building sort of express themselves, and I see that happening in three ways here. One, I think that's a great idea. We've done that before. Two, thinking about bikes and the culture of cycling and making sure, we've talked about, you know, making sure that cyclists feel the love and can bring their bike in through the front door and not have to go down an alley to enter the building. Things like that, I think, mean a lot. And so that's another opportunity. And then we've talked about public art. Right now we're thinking of a feature wall in the lobby that might even kind of come out to the street in some way, shape, or form in a creative way. So we're talking to some local artists about ideas around that.
Okay. You know, your point is well taken that mostly everybody carries a smartphone and they understand the Venture app is there to be used. But transit users feeling the love, I like that phrasing. You know, the building that I work in has one of those transit boards, and it is I'll say, I think it's a very important expression of the organization's values to have that prominently in the lobby of the building.
Yeah.
And so that's something that I would want as a condition, as well as, you know, thinking even further that this is prominently described as a walkable building that's going to be transit oriented. So having a display board that is viewable prominently to the lobby applicants and to users, to sidewalk users on the street. I don't know, design-wise, if that would be 2 display boards or a dual-sided display board to add more transit reminders to as a public benefit. Yeah. Like, hey, you're walking down Davis Street and you can see, because I'm walking down Davis Street and I'm pulling out my phone and I'm saying, oh gosh, there's a Purple Line train in 4 minutes and there's not another one for 24 minutes. I better hoof it. Right. But if your development team provides that as a public benefit, that is something that I think would be very useful to the sidewalk users in and around your building.
I think we're receptive to finding a way to highlight the transit connectivity of the site and to do it in a way that is both visible to the residents but also to people passing by.
Good.
What that ultimately looks like, I don't know at this exact moment, but I know some folks that could help us figure that out.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, we have a lot of discussions in this forum about the demand for parking in our city, in different parts of the city, and what parking traffic generation is going to happen from various buildings that we look at. You know, you're asking for fewer parking spaces than are required by our zoning code. And your argument for that is that you believe that people will use public transit to a higher extent than perhaps people in other areas of this city. I also heard, and it was not at this meeting, but at the previous Land Use Commission meeting where Mr. Gibson presented, he spoke about how it's very appealing in your market to have high amenity buildings. So lots of the common spaces and things like that, and that's all great, and I'll trust your market expertise on that one. What are your thoughts on providing as an amenity unlimited ride passes for local public transit? So something like, I mean, RTA does it's called like a system-wide pass, and it allows you unlimited rides on Pace, CTA bus, CTA train, and Metra. And then the idea would be, you're required to have 250 parking spaces for this development. You're asking for 200, so providing 50 unlimited ride passes to your residents and entering into an agreement with the RTA to purchase those passes, and you can provide them to the residents however you want as far as through your management office. But similar to leasing parking spaces from the city off-site, entering into an agreement with the RTA to bulk purchase these unlimited ride passes in the number of parking relief that you're asking for.
It's a creative idea. I'm not knowing what the cost structure would be. I think it's something we're happy to look into and see if it's viable. Certainly I could see some merit, especially with the focus on affordability. Maybe there could be some nice tie-ins there, but we're happy to look into it and see if it's something that the project can support.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I just, at large institutional employers in this city and other major metropolitan areas, they will tell their employees, hey, we don't provide parking here. Parking is expensive at our campus, at our building, or whatever, but we're going to provide subsidized CTA passes or free DC Metro card. I've worked in organizations like that, and it's you have the incentive, and it almost spreads a lot of goodwill for the building owner, be it a commercial building owner, office building owner, or campus organization, to provide that. And instead of saying, well, there's not enough parking here, we're going to short you on parking, you reframe it as this is a transit-oriented building, to the max.
I mean, I would also just love to throw out, our other Evanston projects have parking that we've been obligated to rent from the city that goes underutilized. I would love to have an alternative where I could do that instead of rent parking spaces from the city that go underutilized. So maybe there's an opportunity to rethink some of these options.
Yeah, and renting parking spaces from the city to satisfy our zoning codes parking requirements. There's utility in that. We have extra space, which we hear about almost every time we're here. And the city gets revenue from that, and we're utilizing underutilized infrastructure. That's great. But getting more people on the trains and buses is a much stronger public benefit, because if ridership goes up, service levels increase. Right. And the CTA runs more trains more frequently. Perhaps our stations get pushed up in priority order for being renovated for ADA accessibility, which almost none of them are, because they're at the end of the line and they have lower ridership than the red line. So reframing or rethinking this, let's ask for less parking, but lease from city garages, I think it would be a great idea to get parking relief and replace that parking relief with a true public benefit of providing transit passes to the building users.
Yeah, I mean, just as an example, at our Lodge Evanston project, we have 8 on-site parking spaces and 6 at the 1800 Maple South Park, and we basically have to give those 6 away just to have them utilized right now.
Yeah,
and so I would love to have an alternative that's actually utilized, that people value. And I think that if, conceiving of an idea where maybe there could be a reduction in off-site spaces rented from the city. Of course, that benefits the city from a revenue perspective, but if it's not being utilized, we'd love to be able to present an alternative that the tenants might value.
Can I ask another question? Or
But
you want to go to deliberations?
I would like to get it, but
Go ahead.
No, if you have a question, ask.
The tax abatement, property tax abatement for the IHO units the 20, your IHO units is 20%, and you're maximizing the state property
It's
tax?
20%. I may need to phone a friend for this one. But yes, your question.
Okay, my question is, so Evanston schools are broke, and this municipality needs as much property tax revenue as absolutely possible.
Yeah.
We could use the affordable housing as well. But your building could be 10%, 11, 12, 13, 14% affordable housing, which would be a benefit for the city. And the city the city and our schools wouldn't have to issue that very generous tax abatement. So would you consider lowering the amount of affordable housing to get to 15% or below?
Yeah, so the underwriting for this project is predicated on the 20%, meaning that without that incentive, the project's really not viable. I think it's also to sort of benchmark to the baseline. The baseline is an underutilized site, I think generating $21,500 ballpark per year in tax revenue. The other thing to remember is that this building will have a fairly modest number of school-age children that would be going into the school. So while yes, the incentive, it helps to create affordable housing. This is a state initiative. The elected officials that represent this area all voted in favor of it, and it's doing what it was intended to do, which is to add more affordable housing. There's a desperate need for affordable housing throughout Evanston and throughout the state. In this case, I think the schools will still benefit when you consider both the baseline, which is incredibly low, it's almost effectively zero, and the fact that there will not be a huge drain on resources with a ton of school-aged children living in this building.
Chair Lindwall, I had a clarifying question.
Yeah.
If I can, I just want to explain something.
Pull me in when you can.
Oh, Darush, do you want to explain the thing about the taxes? Because I want to explain it if you're not doing it.
Well, I was going to say that.
No, I don't want to explain it, but I just wanted to make a notation for Chair to just pull me in because I'm away and I don't want to jump on anybody. So just pull me in when you have a chance. Thanks.
Yes, I will definitely do that. And I would like to, the points I would like to make is A, the property tax contribution is not part of our standards that we'll be considering. And B, what it does is it expands the tax base. It doesn't generate any new dollars for the schools necessarily.
Yeah. What's really important is we get the taxes we levy. It's how it's spread over the base. This expands the base. This is an empty space. And so, they're getting a reduction in their assessed value that grows over time, but we're still getting housing and we get our levy, as we always do. It's spread over the tax base that
it
exists.
really is the tax base that's increasing, we're not getting any more property taxes because we have a new building.
I understand what you're saying because you're spreading it over more property, but if you just projected it over this building alone, and I know this is not a standard, I just think it's an important point very quickly. The property taxes today are $21,000 a year, which over the 30-year period of the abatement is about $1.7 million. With this building, and I understand, what it will do, in fact, is if you keep the levy the same, is bring taxes down on other properties in the city because this property will now generate $66 million over that same period where it only generated $1.7 million, where approximately 50% will go to the schools. So there's $30 million, and the effect of adding it to the tax base is to bring, it's all very small and marginal, what brings the other taxpayers' tax bills down.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think
I just had a clarification about the timing of our meeting. Do I recall from the rules that it has to end by
We-
11, or
we
can we?
we can vote to extend it.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So I think, anything else, or are we good? All right, I think.
I got some thoughts. I wanted
Oh,
to ask a few questions.
Okay, yes.
So one of the tests is economic impact on our surrounding area. Isn't that one of the tests? And I'm loosely stating that. Is that correct?
It's, the standard that we'll be dealing with is it does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. That's our standard.
Okay. Okay, so I have a problem with this tax issue that you say is not being part of the conversation, where I feel like in a broader look at the impact of lower taxes on a building is that they winds up having an effectively, it forces the other buildings to have to carry the burden. I mean, we're going to have, I believe, a loss of tax revenue from this. Comparing a vacant lot to a built building over the next 30 years is not a fair comparison. This site screams develop me. It is the premier site in downtown Evanston. It's a premier location in the city of Evanston. It should be developed. I remember going with my grandfather to the university building when it was a hobby shop. That building is a beautiful building, and we need to try to figure out a way to how to get this development done. But the taxes really, to Commissioner Johnson's point, the loss of the tax revenue that would come from this development if there was no IHO requirements is significantly different than what we're going to end up with. At least I believe that to be the case. And it would be great to know what those numbers are to compare it so we would understand what this means. Because I think that to say that it doesn't have any economic impact that is negative to the surrounding area just isn't true. Because if you build this building, you're going to have extra load on fire, police, water, street. And I think that when you build a building, we should get the taxes for it to pay for everything else in our community. And if we don't get that revenue, then we have to pay for it some other way. So I feel like that is a fair question to ask. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not, I'm not a senior guy here, but that's one issue that I have. I have a couple other issues regarding drop-off and parking. And the parking is a funny thing. We can talk about that later, but I think we need to look into that a little bit. It can go either way with parking. I mean, it depends on what you feel about your tenant. Because if you look at, for example, Chair, do you want me to stop or?
Well, I think you're going to get a response.
I'm happy to respond to the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let me hear you. I'm sorry.
Commissioner, I'm happy to respond to the first point, and then we can maybe transition to some of your other comments. This is an incredible site for redevelopment. I know that because I've been pursuing redevelopment of this site for 11 years. This is our third proposal. The running joke with my colleagues is that I've lapped them with two other projects that were not planned developments in Evanston over the course of that time. So it is an incredible site. It's also a challenging site. I think that the unfortunate reality is that, again, it was an inappropriate use for many years, being a drive-through with 85 feet of continuous curb cut. And a lot with exposed foundations. And so I do think from an economic development perspective, though, it's hard to ignore the fact that the baseline is effectively zero. So you do have significant upside. I also think we're not just talking about real estate taxes here. We're talking about 600 to 700 residents, new residents in the middle of the downtown area. That's going to have a dramatic impact on the surrounding retail, restaurants, along with a variety of other economic factors. And the other piece is that, ultimately the incentive does sunset, and the building's going to be around a lot longer. And I think we also have to, again, the commissioner made a great comment earlier about trade-offs. My word, I don't recall if that's exactly how you framed it, but that's how I recall it. This incentive is doing an effective job at creating affordable housing in the state of Illinois. And when you look at the cost of how much the affordable housing units cost through this program, it's more, I believe it's more effective than what you're seeing with some tax credit development. This is an effective program. It's actually working. And so again, we have Evanston's an incredibly high barriers to entry market for housing and development. This is going to really move the needle on inclusionary units. It's going to more than double the units that have been created since 2007. That really moves the needle.
I mean, I hear you, and I don't mean to disparage your belief about that. I personally believe that the Evanston housing, the initiative for affordable housing is weak. It's uncourageous, and it needs to have a much, much deeper dive than depending upon developers to come in and help us out of this situation. And I just don't feel it's a reliable way of really addressing it. And I also believe that affordable housing is more about neighborhood and access to larger units for families. So this is a whole nother conversation that's not appropriate for this moment, but I don't value the affordable housing benefit as strongly as you do. I do recognize it, and it is significant, but really 80, I mean, we could have 5,000 units and we could fill it. So this is not to me, a big moment in affordable housing for Evanston, the way that you might feel. What my concern is what is this actually costing us? And I just wish we could know that. And if there's a way to see a pro forma with at 15%, at 20, and at 0, so we could, see what it really looks like, to understand what we're stepping into. I feel like that's not an unreasonable request. I don't know who would give us that information, maybe staff, maybe you, but that's something which I'm very interested in knowing.
Okay, may I make a couple points, please? Commissioner, I appreciate your concerns, but I think there are a couple important things for this deliberation. First of all, it is the City Council that sets the policy for affordable housing, and after much debate and significant discussions and votes, that is the policy of the city, and the Land Use Commission is here to evaluate a specific proposal in the context of the City Council's policies. The proposal that we are proposing and putting before you is for 20% affordable for various reasons. And that is what we'd like you to consider in terms of all the trade-offs and public benefits. And the public benefits in this case are measured by the degree to which the housing exceeds the minimum standards under the City Council's policy. But I want to go back to where we started this conversation, because it's not about taxes. It's about, does it interfere or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood? And I don't think there is an argument that can be made that putting a brand new construction, high value, additional residence in the downtown area will do anything but improve the value of surrounding properties for all kinds of reasons. So in terms of the standard, I think both intuitively and actually, that standard is more than satisfied by this proposal, and that is the task of the commission in terms of the evaluation and recommendation. I appreciate your personal feelings about the affordable housing policy, but that's not my decision. It ties into a state statute that all of your representatives and senators in Evanston voted for, called Affordable Illinois. And so it represents a very, very large discussion about affordable housing and what should be done at this moment, and we exceed the standards.
Commissioner Modbody, you had a couple of other questions, and then I really would like to get us to deliberations.
Let's go to deliberations. I think I've made my point. I just want to say I don't share that view that the gentleman just said about it exceeding the standards. I do believe that what we were talking about here, just a shiny brand new building doesn't make other properties go up in value. I mean, it doesn't do that. There are other impacts to the market that I mentioned that I think need to be considered. But you're correct that the City Council is a driver on this. So I'm not going to go further than that. The sustainability concerns that I had, looks like were discussed. I have questions about drop off, but I think that we all are going to probably work through that a little bit further. and the parking issue that I had. The RTA suggestion was great, and if we could mix that up with parking, as you know, either or, that might be a way to do it if the financial metrics would work in your calculus. So that's pretty much all I had.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, the testimony in the record, and I think we can now move into commissioner deliberations. And I think maybe before you pull up the standards, I think maybe we need to have a discussion.
Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I do believe you need to motion to go beyond 11 p.m.
Oh, you're correct.
Thank you.
Feeling?
Madam Chair, I move that we continue this meeting beyond 11 p.m. to wrap up this case.
Yes. We do not have anything else on our agenda, so we may have a second.
I'm happy to second. Can I just ask a quick clarifying question?
Sure.
Is the goal to vote tonight?
Yes.
Okay, I second.
I think we can do this on a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, now deliberations. So thoughts on this project?
I'm in favor of the project. I think it makes sense for downtown development for all of the reasons articulated in the packet. And I have a lot of confidence in the expertise and competence of the proponents and their team, and I support it. The only thing I would like to add as a condition, which I think is reasonable, is that in their pursuit of their sustainability goals for LEED Gold in particular, I noticed that the score sheet you're using on there is to LEED V4, which is pretty outdated as of now, and I would like to suggest that you update that to LEED V5. Great.
Commissioner Johnson?
Can I ask staff a question before I give
Certainly.
my commentary? The lay-by spaces, so Elizabeth, thank you for talking about that a little bit. The number of lay-by spaces, is that a city thing because they're on the public way? Okay,
Yes.
so it's up to the city how many of those spaces are?
That is correct. But if the commission would like to make a recommendation on the number of spaces, city staff would support up to 4 because it would result in a net neutral condition with what is currently available for metered spaces at that particular location.
Because there's 5 spaces there
There's
now.
5 metered spaces now. There would be 5 metered spaces after if you dedicated 4 of them to a lay-by lane.
Okay, and that is supported, the net neutral going up to 4.
Correct.
Any thoughts on going to 5 and losing a street parking space, going to 6, losing 2 street parking spaces?
I think it is in our administrative authority to look at that over time and also require it or make those changes absent of a condition related to this particular development. So I've had conversations with our administrative services director, and they felt comfortable with a minimum of 3 up to 4.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll start with that. The delivery vehicles parking in travel lanes is an absolute plague in Evanston, in Chicago, in any urban place. The proliferation of Grubhub, Amazon, Uber, moving trucks, the residents that will drive to this building that have off-site parking, the residents that will drive up and unload their purchases and then drive to the parking garage. This 2 lay-by spaces, wholly inadequate. And looking at the comparable building of the tower on Sherman having 7 lay-by spaces, we got to go up to at least 4. And the reason why I asked if we could go up to 5 or 6 is that there are 5 parallel parking spaces in front of this building, and one of them is an ADA space. We have city garages, which we've heard are are half empty. So we could lose street spaces. I know it won't be popular because everyone likes to park right in front of where they're going. But if we lose a couple of, speaking of trade-offs, if we lose a couple of street spaces, and that means the public is less subjected to the UPS truck parking in Davis Street, I think that's, if properly communicated to the public, I think that's something that the public might be okay with. So I personally am okay with, going down from there's 5 spaces there now. I could lose 3 of those spaces, and then the 4 neutral plus 3 more lay-by spaces, and having a huge wide open area for the residents who will drive up to their building, drop things off, put on their flashers, walk back out to their car, and then go park their car. You will have, I looked over the numbers, 52,000 packages per year. There's Amazon trucks running up and down on all of our streets all the time. And I'm sure almost everybody in this room has experienced a car parallel or double parked and blocking traffic, today, recently. But we've got to have more lay-by spaces. That's something that, definitely needs to happen with a building to this extent. I've already mentioned in the follow-up questions I had for the developer about my concern for the tax abatement, and I agree with Commissioner Mabadi. I think he made good points to that same concern. When these projects come up, we go through our deliberations. I look at these site developments holistically, right? And I think, I look at the entire project and what are they asking for in excess of what's allowed versus, what is proposed and what are the public benefits. On one hand, this building develops a long vacant lot, which is good. Definitely a positive for the city. It's ridiculous that lot is vacant, and it's been vacant for so long. I carefully read what Dave Galloway had to say about this. Design Evanston thinks the design is an attractive building. Great, and I put a lot of credence in what the experts at Design Evanston have to say about these projects. This building puts more people downtown where we need it, because downtown, the reduction in pedestrian activity, street vitality downtown since the pandemic is a real problem that this city needs to address. So that's also something to like about this project. And this building utilizes vacant space in existing city garages, so utilizes infrastructure that we've already paid for. So that's another positive good. On the other hand, this project is asking for a tremendous amount of site development allowances to a very substantial extent. We went through many iterations of other buildings that have asked for, site development allowances in greatly in excess. We haven't seen buildings ask for site development allowances greatly in excess of what is allowed by right. That's why I was asking the wind engineer, could we lower the height? Could we keep the height and comply with our setbacks? Could we, get a little bit closer to what our zoning ordinance asks for? But this project is, in sum, asking for too much from too many different types of site development allowances. The project has merit, but it's just too much in this iteration.
Berlin?
Yeah, I really appreciate the thoughtful conversation. I think a lot of people have brought up a lot of really legitimate points. I continue to support this project. And I want to say a couple of things about that. Okay, so, we don't get a lot of chances with a piece of land like this. And I completely agree with Commissioner Mabadi that it's not an appropriate comparison to say this thing is cash flowing $21,000 a year in taxes, because obviously it's going to be developed. At the same time, it screams for development. At the same time, we are speaking to the people who own it, and they're telling us what they want to do with it. It's not like we can go, right? You all own it already, don't you? We're not going to go shop this piece and see what other people want to bring. We're saying the third time they've come to us, offices, obviously, post-COVID makes no sense. So there, you're on residential. Residential makes sense. Sometimes I have developed a little fear of saying things because then I feel like people say them in the newspaper and I'm like, but I'm just going to say it. When it comes to this piece of land, I kind of feel like we go big or we go home. Like, we don't get a chance like this very much to put a lot of units of housing into our town in one project. In terms of concerns people have raised, I want to address them, because I think sometimes there's this idea that if you disagree, it means you think people are wholly wrong. And I don't. I think people brought up some really legitimate points. But to quote Obama and many, many people before him, but God, I miss him. Perfect cannot be the enemy of the good. And I think we have a pretty good opportunity in front of us. And I think we can flex and ask for the things that we want, right? Like, we are not totally at the mercy of the developer here. We also have power to do this in the right way. And so on the piece about tax breaks, I actually really agree with the man who came up from Campbell Coyle, I think it's called, who said, look, this is a state program and it's working effectively. Like some of the criticism around the funds coming in for this project, you want to talk about, like someone talked about the problem with FHLB funding, like it's made for this. It's made to support affordable units, right? I personally trust the city that they've done the projections that the cash will come back in some form in a way that's ultimately more pro than con for the city. So I'm not concerned. I think the tax break program is an effective option. The other thing I do want to throw out there, and I have no personal investment in this project because people have said things online. I don't have any vested interest, but I know a little bit of housing finance, and this is a hard moment to get financing. And I believe the developers when they're saying that they have financing now and that it could be hard to get later. And that's not just about tariffs. It's also about the fact that all of the segments of industry that go into building are disproportionately reliant on people who are born outside of the United States for labor. Depending on what happens with immigration policy, it's going to get much more expensive and harder to secure workers as well. And again, we have a parcel of land available, which is the piece that's hard to come by, right? It's land, it's labor, and it's inputs. Tariffs are a huge question on inputs. So I feel like we have a moment where we need to tweak some things on the edges, and we have a list of 21 conditions, and I'd like to throw out one or two more. I love the idea for supporting transit. I think the other benefit, first of all, we've heard from comp plan discussions that people in this community care about holding on. Not only do they want our public transit, but they want another stop. We have to demonstrate on the yellow line, we have to demonstrate that there's some demand for it. So I don't think we should swap rented parking spaces. I think we should keep that revenue, but I think we should also look into what you're talking about, not only for the demand, but it gets us over the hurdle of like getting people to use public transit. Like, I'm married to a bike commuter and he uses public transit. And even though I'm married to him, I'm like, I can't figure this out. It's like an app and I'm not going to do it, and this would bring down that barrier a lot. The other thing I would like to say is it perfect? Like, is it perfect? No, of course not. But we're getting some 2 and 3 bedroom affordable units out of that potentially. And those are endangered species in the housing world. And, I did a little research. Maybe we need to talk about this. City staff, I defer to you if it's even legal before we were to put it forward. But, you can do something. I don't know if it's legal anymore. I don't understand anymore what's legal. But you can do something where you can say on these units, like, the relatives need to be related by blood to rent a 2 or 3 bedroom. And that way you're ensuring it's either a family, whether they have kids in the other bedrooms, or you're caring for an older adult who's aging in place. It looks like Sarah thinks that's a really bad idea. But maybe we can protect them in some form, But like, I think that's to not have 3 people renting out 3 different bedrooms in a 3-bedroom unit to try to serve this market we're trying to serve. But I think it is important that we recognize maybe we give some things up, but we get a lot. You know, bringing foot traffic in is really valuable to downtown. I think it's a chance to like maximize an unusual opportunity. And I would encourage us to figure out traffic. I think traffic's a legitimate concern. Maybe we need to think on that some more. But I would also encourage us to think expansively about the many upsides that come with this. And unfortunately, we have to make some compromises and pick some priorities over others. But housing people at market rate, this is where the prices are, and we still have a huge benefit from bringing that many people downtown in one project, you know? It's one chance to get a lot of units.
Commissioner Mabadi, would you like to weigh in on your thoughts?
Well, let me just try to figure out how to do that as succinctly and on target. I think that I love the building. I like the location, having a building of that stature there, all of that. Like, you know me, like I'm very much into wanting to see the downtown area developed. I'm just having a hard time getting around the economic impact that I believe will result from this on surrounding buildings. That to me, given the tax credits that they're going to get, and again, I don't have problems with developers making as much money as possible. It doesn't bother me. What bothers me is who's paying for it. And it feels like the Evanston School District will pay for it because we need more revenue. And because of the way that our affordable housing platform is created, and with the county involved, it makes this type of development very attractive to developers. All of a sudden we used to struggle to go to 10. Now all of a sudden we can do 20. But if you look at the 20, it's half of it is in studios and one bedrooms. And yes, there's a demand for studios and one bedrooms, but there's a bigger, when we think of affordable housing in the city of Evanston, we're not thinking about let's get as many studios as we can. We're thinking about families that families that want to live here and thrive here and live this life that we have and be able to put their kids in the school system here. And so that's a different property typology than a bunch of studios up in the air in the middle of town. I mean, it's just that's not what, when I think of affordable housing, I don't think of that. I think of scattered site, which is, again, it's the purview of the city council and housing to be able to rejigger this if they wish to do that. What we're doing here is deciding if this project is good or bad. And for me, I'm struggling with the economics for the city. Other than that, everything else that we're talking about, I feel is solvable. And I'm just having a hard time overcoming that. And I'm not a supporter of this project at the moment. So I'm having a hard time with that. Otherwise, if we could figure that out, I'd be all in all day long because I think this building should go up.
Commissioner Berlin?
So that's,
Darush, can you talk a little bit more about your concerns? Maybe I'm not understanding. Your concerns around the toll on the neighboring properties and sort of just your economic concerns generally, just slowly.
Yeah, so I guess my concern is that when you build a building, you're anticipating to have tax revenue to fund our operations. And if we're saying that, well, you're not getting it now, so take a little bit instead of all of it for a period of what, which I don't know, and how much, which we don't know, and what it would be if we didn't and waited, because I am pretty confident that the frustration levels in the universe that owns that dirt, at some point is going to come around and figure out another way to do it, because everybody who has a proper site in town to develop figures it out eventually, as you have seen where we just approved that project on Chicago Avenue. It took the guy 5 efforts, the developer 5 efforts to figure out what would work because of this moving negotiation with the planned unit. So like the way that I see this is it would get built. It's not like if we don't agree to whatever is coming our way that we're screwing ourselves. I don't believe that. I believe that that's a superb location, and not that we shouldn't try to make it logical for a developer, but I think it also needs to be logical for us. And I don't feel that this is logical. I feel like it's illogical. I feel like we're boxed in to approving this project based upon a set of standards that are kind of, I think, broken for the goal that we're trying to get to. So, like, we're sitting here going, well, everything else is right. This not make the perfect the enemy of the good, but I'm not even sure this is good. This feels more like it's fair, you know? It's not, or fair is not, I mean, that might not be a good word for this moment, but it's not good enough because of the fact that I think we're going to live with, and maybe I'm wrong, if someone would give me the data, if I could get that data, then I would inculcate that in my thinking. And if I was wrong, I would shift immediately because I want this building to go up because I think it's a good building for downtown Evanston for all those other reasons that we've discussed. Does that answer anything?
Well, I think the one piece, I hear you that you feel like there's numbers you're not getting, but I think the one piece, and then I'll stop talking, that I'm struggling with is how you feel like it's a negative impact on the surrounding build. It sounds like you feel like other buildings would be picking up kind of the economic slack, and I'm not sure I understand the thinking there.
When you have a building that's not going to get assessed high enough that you're going to get the money somewhere, so you're going to push the assessments on the other buildings. I mean, it's not. We see, I mean, if you look around Evanston, you know this. You have friends, I have friends. One guy's got one house, my tax bill's $32,000. And you're looking at the property, see, how can that be? His other buddy's at $22,000. And so same kind of property. And for those people who are listening to me, I am in real estate. I've done development. I own real estate. I'm familiar with the disparity between properties in this town. And what happens is that when you have these massive developments come in, they go up and they provide all kinds of ancillary economic benefit. People work, you get impact fees, you get retail benefit, you have shopping, all this stuff, all true. But the one thing we're not getting is the real estate tax revenue for the schools. And right now, that's a big issue for us. And that, to me, means if we're going to get those revenues and we're going to get them somewhere to pay for the school, it's going to fall on someone else. So it's going to impact the surrounding area because that's where else we go.
Can I just interject?
Sure.
The commission is going to be making its decision based on the standards in the city code. I don't know that a property tax discussion and the revenue from property tax discussion would fall under that. So I just wanted to remind the commission that they're relying on the standards when they make their decision.
Well, standard number 3, correct me if I'm wrong, says, or standard 2 says, property value preservation uses must not interfere with or reduce the value of other properties in the area. If the taxes are unduly raised, that reduces the properties in the other area.
Any other?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this. So, Darush, as you said, they could come back and have a different plan, but I think that they will continue to seek whatever tax breaks are available. So either we start the time clock now on the tax breaks and get that tax revenue in X number of years, or we delay it even longer and reset the clock. So I wonder, is it just better to start the clock now until we get the revenue started sooner than delaying this process even further?
I might actually agree with that if I only knew what it is. If I knew, and the burden isn't really on anybody. I'm to hand Darush that information. I'm saying that at this point, I think that information is valuable to be able to assess whether or not it's expedient or not to move ahead on that logic that you, like, maybe it is worth taking a hit. Maybe it is worth taking a risk and hoping that we don't have a negative impact on property values if the greater good is being served. I mean, you can argue either way that it won't do it. And
I think we need to move, more focus the discussion back toward the standards. Does anyone else have thoughts about? In that case, I will go, if that's all right with my fellow commissioners. I have a problem with this project because it exceeds the site development allowances. I think that it's kind of, I actually was around when the 1993 zoning ordinance was adopted, and one of the reasons for having the site development allowances, which essentially allow a developer to propose a bigger building in terms of units or height or floor area ratio than would otherwise be allowed under the zoning code, to really allow the city council to consider those projects and approve them with a majority vote rather than, I believe, a two-thirds majority vote that's required in this particular instance. And, and am I incorrect?
No, you're not. The IHO waives, if they comply with the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, it waives the supermajority vote of council. So.
Okay, entirely.
Correct.
But in any event, there were kind of, the thought was that there would be some flexibility granted to developments. And in this case, the fact that it exceeds the height substantially is problematic for me. And I don't plan on supporting any project in downtown that exceeds those generous site development allowances. And I think the other thing that, and I agree, I mean, there's a lot to be said for this particular development. I like the building. I like the fact that it's developing underutilized site. I am not bothered by I think the affordable housing property tax incentive is good, and I support that, but I think I would be most comfortable with a building about half this size. That's kind of where I am. I think that the ziggurat, the relief that's requested, the ziggurat setbacks, the parking, I think all make sense. But I think there have been issues raised about certain potential impacts, and I think what we need to focus on is we're looking at a building that's going to be here 100 years from now. The property, the affordable housing incentive will, go away potentially in 30 years. And so if we get the building wrong, and the impacts are, worse in terms of if the height ends up causing wind is not supposed to be an issue. If the additional lay-by lanes don't solve the Amazon deliveries and all, we're stuck. And so for those reasons, I can't support this particular project, although there are lots of aspects that I really like about it. So that's kind of, where I come, down on this project. I think that, a smaller building will have benefits in terms of affordable housing. It'll have, it'll add people to the downtown, but I think that the risks, the potential adverse impact, and it mitigates the potential adverse impacts that have been raised by a number of the speakers and the testimony that we've received. So that's kind of where I come down on this. I'm not as concerned about it reduces potential traffic congestion. I mean, just a smaller building I think would be better, and I think that. I'd also like to point out that we already have 2 20-plus story buildings on this block. So the question is, is a 31-story building added to this block too much? So that's where I am. So, anyone else? Commissioner Meng.
I will not repeat, what you said, but I do agree with a lot of what you just mentioned. I am concerned about the traffic increase in this area and also the wind tunnels, the daycare center, the rooftop playground. I've seen it in person. So I would not be supporting it as is, but if it was a smaller building, we can talk about it again.
Okay.
Can I just say one last
Yes.
thing? I have a lot of subjective feelings and opinions in support of this building. I feel like I'm sort of fighting a dying cause here tonight, and I totally respect that. But I will say that I hear what the city council said, that we're actually voting on the standards. And I would just like to remind people that the city feels like it meets the standards. I think we all have different opinions on things like density and height. But I would just encourage us not to forget the standards as a piece of this, as the driving piece of this, conversation.
Okay. Any other thoughts before would you like me to go through the standards, or and then you can disagree where you feel the standards are met and I don't? Because I think there will be differences of opinion. Okay, all right. First standard is it's one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance. Planned developments are. The mixed use proposal, is contemplated, so this standard is met. It is in keeping with the purposes and policies of the adopted comprehensive general plan and the zoning ordinance as amended from time to time. Again, this standard is met. We're always looking for, additional development in the downtown, residential, and particularly affordable housing units are priorities for the city, so this standard is met. Will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effects of various special uses of all types on the immediate neighborhood and the effect of the proposed type of special use on the city as a whole. This is where I don't believe the standard is met. I think that in terms of the fact that there are two other 20-plus story buildings on this block, that while another 20-story building might be appropriate, I think that the 31-story proposal is too much for this particular location. There's been testimony concerning the fact that that the deliveries and the stuff may cause an issue, which we may be able to mitigate by having additional drive-by or lay-by lanes, but the potential impact on in terms of wind. We've also had testimony that a smaller building even would be less likely to there'd be less potential impacts that so I don't believe that standard is met, and I presume that there are those of you who support this project who may want to weigh in on why they believe the standard is met.
I believe it is met, just based on the definition of the cumulative effect. I think the pros of the project outweigh the negatives.
Okay, anyone else?
I just wanted to say I agree with your what you already voiced, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Number D, does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. I believe this standard is met. I think that having a development on this particular underutilized property, eliminating 85-foot curb cut is definitely desired. And so I believe that standard is met. Number E, can be adequately served by public facilities and services. We've had no testimony to suggest that that would not be the case. So I believe this standard is met. Does not cause undue traffic congestion. Again, I believe while we've had testimony concerning, with concerns about traffic congestion, I believe that the work done by the developer in the to analyze the traffic situation potential demonstrates that the traffic can be adequately handled by the existing capacity. So I think this standard is met. Preserves significant historical and architectural resources. We've had testimony that including the university building in the in the zoning lot will preserve that building. So that standard is met. Preserves significant natural and environmental features. I don't believe there are any significant features on this site, so the standard is not applicable. And finally, it complies with all other applicable regulations in the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent that such regulations have been modified through the plan development process or the grant of a variation. I believe this is met, and after we get through the standards, we'll discuss the conditions. So that standard is met. And then we have additional set plan development approval standards. The requested site development allowances will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, employment, or enjoyment or property values of adjoining properties that is beyond a reasonable expectation given the scope of the applicable site development allowances of the plan development location. I don't believe this standard is met because the site development allowances are exceeded in terms of the FAR and the height, and I believe that there is a potential for an adverse impact on that, and so I presume there's somebody who would like to disagree with that. Okay, Commissioner Berlin.
Thanks. I would just like to say it got framed this evening as variance shopping, and we never returned to that idea tonight, and I think it kind of anchored it potentially in a funny spot. So I just want to circle back because I have a slightly different understanding of the role of a variance. I don't think the idea of a variance is that it's a guardrail to ensure we never stray too far, whatever can be immediately approved. My understanding of a variance conceptually is the idea is that we create a zoning ordinance and it says these are the things that are sort of straightforward and we know support what we want, kind of a slam dunk, they go in. But we recognize that times change, needs change, opportunities change, challenges change, and other things might fall outside of that. Whether they fall out of it by 5%, they fall out of it by 500%, we don't actually have guidelines on where a variance should stop, right? So variances are tools to allow us to take the things that are more complicated and more difficult and require more creativity and get them still to work in our town. So I just want to make that point. And for that reason, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, the proposed development is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Again, I don't believe this standard is met because of the height of the building. There are two other 20-story buildings present on the block, and I think that would be a much more compatible height in terms of development. So who would like to disagree with me?
Thank you. I will just say I think that's actually another reason this building makes sense in this spot. We're already putting tall buildings here. We're already setting precedents for higher height, higher density. I can imagine there were similar conversations about those buildings before they got put in, where people were concerned as well. So I think I just subscribe to the other side of that coin.
Okay.
Madam Chair, you mentioned height, and I don't think the standard is met because of height, but I'd also like to bring up FAR and setbacks. I think that also plays into this standard not being met for this current iteration of their proposal.
Okay, number C, the development site circulation is designed in a safe and logical manner to mitigate potential hazards for pedestrians and vehicles at the site and in the immediate surrounding area. I believe the standard is met in terms of the possibility of with the lay-by lanes, and actually, I'm really kind of glad that you're only proposing 80 spaces on site, because I think that does start to disperse the traffic to other garages, and so I think that the loading docks meet the requirements, and so I think that standard is met. D, the proposed development aligns with the current and future climate and sustainability goals of the city. This one, based on testimony, there's some question. However, I think that the standard is generally met in terms of the all-electric building and the representations the developer has made in terms of willingness to look at future buildings. However, I think that again, this gets into the question about height and whether or not and the building materials, the concrete and the steel and the other the other factors that go into really the embodied energy in this building. So while generally I think it's met, I think there's question about whether or not the standard is met. But I think, kind of on balance, I would go with that. Do we have thoughts? All right, and then finally, the public benefits that are appropriate to the surrounding neighborhood and the city as a whole will be derived from the approval of the requested site development allowances. I believe that this standard is met. It does, generate a substantial amount of affordable housing, which is a public benefit. I think just simply developing the site is important in terms of it provides a benefit. There's this hole has been present for decades, and so I think that standard is met. So I think with that,
Can I make a motion in the affirmative?
do we want to talk about the conditions first?
I thought they acknowledged already that they're happy with all of them.
They are, but there are a couple of commissioners that had suggestions for.
Yeah, I want to add a couple of conditions.
Okay.
So just for your consideration, well, I want to propose a couple of conditions, and you can decide if you like them or not. The first one be that the number of lay-by spaces be increased from the proposed 2 to 4 lay-by spaces.
But can I just confirm, are you suggesting a condition that would cause you to vote for the proposal?
I have 3 conditions that I would propose.
And if they were met, you're saying that you'd then vote for the proposal?
No, I have other deal breakers. I don't think even with the conditions being adopted, that for me personally, I don't think this proposal meets the standards.
That's fine, but I'm just questioning then, why are we adding conditions if you still plan to vote against it?
Well, if this project passes, if 4 people vote for it and 3 vote against, and I'm one of the votes against, it still passes with these conditions that I think are useful for making this a better project.
I'm in favor of the project, and I'm in favor of adding more of the
Conditions.
Yes, adding more of the lay-by lanes. I don't know if that helps this process at all.
Well, I think that it's.
You want to make that a condition?
Well, I think that it's important that, whether or not we support this project or are going to vote in favor or against, I think it's important to the recommendation that goes to the city council ought to include the additional conditions that have been suggested, assuming that we agree that they should be added. And obviously, the developer will need to work with staff. And I think I would suggest that, and the lay-by lanes in particular are going to be a city decision. That's not something the developer necessarily will be providing. But I think that it's probably important to let the city council know that these are concerns for the project that we have. So I would think that we want to add the conditions that we think should be added.
So can I just ask a process question here?
Sure.
It only goes to city council, though, if we approve it.
No, it goes
to city council.
It goes to city council regardless. We'll either have a positive recommendation.
It just carries the, okay, sorry, you would think I would know that. I apologize. Okay.
Okay, I understand.
So by that logic, I think absolutely you should, can we separate the vote? Like, can we, right now we're just talking about ideas for conditions, right?
Right
That we
now,
would
we're just
put on the
talking
list.
about-
We're not voting yet.
We're not voting yet.
Yeah.
But we will vote on each of these conditions that are proposed to be added.
So do you want me to, can I restate it?
Yes.
Okay, so, do I make a motion?
Yeah, I think you could make a motion to add a condition.
Motion to add a condition that states, the city shall change the number of lay-by spaces in this proposal from 2 spaces to 4 spaces.
Do you want to say shall, or just, you want the city to consider, or the city?
The Land Use Commission recommends the
Recommends.
city increase
Okay.
the 2 lay-by spaces to 4 lay-by spaces.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we need a roll call vote on this one, probably, or?
Or
Yeah.
maybe my final motion will just incorporate
Okay.
all of those.
All right, is that voice vote, everybody in agreement with those? Commissioner Mabadi?
I'd like to vote on it now because I have a different feeling about if you do it at the end, then I wouldn't be able to vote on this the way I'd want to vote on it.
Okay, so do we want to go through all the suggested conditions first and then vote on the additional conditions? Okay.
Let's just go.
Through the conditions that people are suggesting. So you have another?
Wait, but is that what Darush is saying?
No.
Let's just vote on each condition, so nobody's locked into more than they want to be locked into.
All right.
And then we will see
Correct.
which gets
All right.
added to the list.
All right, so that's the lay-by spaces should should consider increasing the lay-by spaces to 4. And so we've got a motion and a second, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, okay. Next condition, you have a couple of
Okay,
others?
yeah, I have 2 more. The next condition is that the developer provide electronic information kiosks with CTA, rail and bus, Metra and Pace bus arrival information that can be viewed from the lobby of their building, kiosk or kiosks that can be viewed from the lobby and can be viewed from the sidewalk.
Okay, is that we have a second for that?
I second that one.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of that one, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Oh, okay. All right, and finally,
That the developer provide unlimited RTA passes, unlimited ride RTA passes to include all CTA, Metra, and Pace uses in perpetuity in the number of reduced parking spaces below the requirement, that number being 50. Sorry, I'm trying to make this applicable.
Can I just ask one thing? Can we not do in perpetuity? Can we sunset it somewhere? I think asking anyone with a business to commit to something in perpetuity, like sunset it to 30 years, like sunset it, that's when the tax credit, sunset it to 30 years.
30 years.
Yeah.
I am not sure, just, this is something that's going to affect the developer's pro forma. I'm not sure if we can require or if we should say consider, ask the developer to consider.
I would be more comfortable with consider that.
Well, how does the lease agreement work with the city's parking lots? Is that a consider leasing parking spaces, or is that shall lease parking spaces?
It's a shall, and it would require an amendment to the plan development if in the future they would like to modify that lease agreement.
Okay. So let's structure
Can
it the
you
same way.
can you rephrase your condition? It was
Yeah.
or not rephrase it, but can you repeat it?
Yes. The condition is to. What I'm getting at is how the same manner in which the developer leases parking spaces, that they enter into the same agreement, a similar agreement with RTA to lease unlimited ride passes, in the number being 50 because that's the number of reduced parking spaces they're asking for. So however that machination works with, I don't know, can you point me to some language that I can?
Yeah. Do you mind standing at ease just for a minute so staff and legal counsel can huddle on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
The parking contracts aren't indefinite. I thought they've rolled.
I'm feeling really uncomfortable with this.
Yeah.
We're like inventing a new idea at 11:50 at night, which is there's too much risk and uncertainty.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know what this is.
You're right.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I would be okay with encourage a condition that the applicant investigate the possibility of doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines.
Because like you said, it adds an unknown cost to.
And the
Right.
time duration and, I think there are too many unknowns to
we don't know
be
enough.
quite as
Do you want to let them huddle and?
we can, or we can.
I think
I think it's
staff's recommendation coming out of that huddle would be what is being discussed on the dais at the moment.
Yeah.
I think consider or evaluate this suggestion, and I think we did hear from the applicant tonight that is something they're very interested in exploring, but they did not indicate that it's something that they were interested in committing to, which again, it's your discretion of how you want to proceed and conduct your business, but
No, you're right. You're right.
I think from a legal perspective, consider is, at least at this point, is a lot more palatable than something requiring it.
Even though the parking is, the parking lease does use the require term. We're just.
Right, but this is
we're
kind
doing
of an.
something new.
Well, and this may be something that could be considered by the city council.
Yeah.
But
All right.
I don't know that we are in a position, because I don't think we know enough.
Yeah, and if
Can I
I may,
restate?
Chair, the one thing I would mention is conditions are supposed to have a nexus to the relief that is being granted. And so you either need to tie it to one of the standards so that it is achieved,
Yep.
which may change the findings that were discussed on the dais this evening, and may then make a standard met where it's not currently met. And I think you indicated earlier that regardless of these conditions, you still don't feel the standards are met. So that's just one thing to keep in mind as well.
Okay. So I'll restate the condition to be
Consider covering the costs for public transit for 50 parking spots.
consider obtaining 50 unlimited ride passes for all the regional transit agencies.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say yes.
Aye.
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 I'm going to vote no. Yeah, no?
No.
All right, so we have 3 noes and 4 ayes, so.
Can I just one more consider? And I hear you. It's 11:52. And everyone is right. Is there a way to just do like? Can we at some point can we have a conversation about how to protect those 2 and 3 bed units? Given our interest in families and just, I understand my idea about relatives was terrible. I'd just like to be able to discuss it, you know? Is that viable? Is it not even legal? Just tell me if it's terrible.
I think it might infringe on fair housing rights to limit or restrict who can go into certain
I
units.
get that. Okay. All right.
that-
Terrible. I
yeah.
take it back. All back.
Okay, does anyone have any other conditions they'd like to suggest?
I'm going to add that lead V5 one.
Oh, yes. The lead, using the lead 5,
Yes.
whatever.
The
You can
updated,
reseed
the
it.
updated standard.
I second.
Is that already in here, or is that a different?
No, it's not.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
Oh, all right, now you can.
I'm going to
now.
make a motion in the affirmative, and then we will vote, and I'm going to walk out of here in 5 minutes. And then, so I move that in the case of 601, 603, 605, 615 Davis Street, and 1604, 1608 Chicago Avenue, case 25 PL ND-0019, that we recommend a positive, we give a positive recommendation for the special use permit for this planned development, inclusive of all of the department recommendations on PDF page 44 of the July 23rd agenda, plus the 4 conditions that we just articulated now and are in the record. Is that sufficient? Megan, or do you want me to say them?
I think that works, yeah, we don't need to read all 25 of them.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Berlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Mabadi,
No.
Commissioner Mangum,
No.
Commissioner Pucktell,
Yes.
and Chair Lindwall.
No. So with a vote of 3 in favor and 4 against, a negative recommendation goes to the city council. And I think at this point, believe it or not, we need to, next on the agenda is public comment. Is there any public comment at this point? All right. Oh dear, okay. I hope you can make it brief.
I'm tired myself. Don't really remember what I wanted to say. Thankfully, I wrote it down. I want to highlight 2 important and unresolved inconsistencies between the Land Use Commission's rules
I'm sorry,
and the
could you-
city code.
I'm sorry, could you state your name for the
Oh, yes,
record?
yes. John Story Williamson, 864 Sheridan Road, as well as 812 Davis. First, eligibility. The city code says only property owners within 1,000 feet can request a continuance, but the commission's rules expand that to any person with a legal interest, which could mean buyers under contract, mortgage holders, or tenants. That's broader than what the law allows, and only city council can make that change. Second, written requests. The code simply requires a written request from an eligible owner. It does not require giving reasons, but the rules require that reasons be stated, read into the record, and that future hearings be limited only to those reasons. That adds requirements that don't exist in the code. Because the code is controlling, I believe these inconsistencies create confusion and have undermined fairness. I'm asking the city to clarify whether the commission's rules in these two areas are enforceable, and if not, to bring them into alignment with the code. Clear and consistent rules are essential for transparency, fairness, and public trust in this process. I have written to Alex Ruggie, Luke Stowe, numerous members of city staff, and have not heard anything back on this matter to explain why they feel that it is appropriate that the Land Use Commission rules and the city code have two different standards. I don't get it.
Well, I expect that that is something that we will be addressing.
And the information from Mr. Gammon was apparently included in the testimony. That's all.
Well, okay, thank you. All right, does anyone have anything else? May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.